Yo. Yo, what's good, man? How we doing on this Thursday? It don't even feel like a Thursday. Sup? How we doing? How are we doing? Yo, what's up, Ty with the first today? We got Rose, we got Xuvi, we got Chubert, Molly. Think of the hydrate. I did hydrate during the bump. Not my own. Shirkwan, what's good, what's good? Ty with the 175 stream streak. Glorp, nice, dude. Nice, dude. Nice, dude. Crazy. Joe the Lion 26 with the 170 stream streak. God, I had to lock in 200 bump. That was the best bump so far. Really, really. So you like the crazy edited to the beat bumps? Yeah, that one took me a while. I'm not gonna lie. It took me quite some time to edit. Yeah. It really did. It really did. Yo, what's up, Cloud? What's up, H Brown? What's up, guys? I already Shazam the song. Yeah, people seem to really like that song. The bump does say what the song is. You just have to. You would have to turn your head. Yeah. Yeah, the song was it was there on the bump. It does tell you the name of the song. If you tilt your head in the same frame where it says it won't tell you the name of the song, it's there on the left. You shouldn't put that much effort into the bumps, but that would really show the effort. I just thought, there should be a pretty good one, a pretty good return bump. And I'm like, well, I'm really inspired at this current time by Deltarune. Let's see what I can do. There you go. There's the bump. There it is, in all of its glory. I'm really happy with that one. It was a lot of work, though. It was a lot of editing effort. Also, because my Adobe Premiere is super scuffed, I thought I lost the project for a moment. Or I should say, I thought that somehow it shifted all of the text on the timeline, so it was basically offbeat. I don't know what happened. So there was a portion that I had to fix, but I was so scared because I couldn't undo anything. I feel like I removed my OS chip from my Android body at the end, though, for some unknown reason. Yeah, that's really odd. Really odd how that happens. I feel like I might have blown myself up in a space station or something. I don't know. I felt some type of way there. My recall is shit. It's not an easy bump to read. You do have to lock in, and honestly, there's still stuff that you could probably miss very easily. Yeah. I'm glad you guys like it, though. Glad you guys like it. That was on Monday? Yeah, that's pretty real. That is pretty real. Mondays do be the days for that. For Space Station blowing up. What the hell? There we go, I fixed it. Fixed it. Molly with 140 stream streaks. He doesn't pay attention to my obscure mental machinations. I do read them every time you type them. If they don't immediately clock into my brain, it's because when I start stream, I'm still thinking about the last 10 minutes. And making sure that I have everything set up. It's my bad. It's my bad. It's my mistake. Admittedly, please don't expect future bumps to be that insane unless I really I don't know, unless I find the inspiration. They might still happen. Maybe I'll find songs with a BPM that doesn't shatter my reality. Obviously, in between all that, I had to put some more Deltarune text, Undertale text, just to give myself a little of a break. I was so burnt out on the second day of editing this bump, and I'm like, God damn, I'm not even halfway, dude. And I don't know why, but when I got to the third day of editing, I just felt motivated to do it again, so I did. And I had fun. I enjoyed it. It was honestly so fun to see it functioning and working and heading out the way it did. And it is a really good song. It is a really good song. Funny enough, I couldn't decide on a return song. So I literally looked up my list because I have like a playlist of Adult Swim songs that they used as bumps, but you don't hear like the majority of that song in the bump in Adult Swim when they used it. They only used the in between portion with the where I was like, and breathe. That's the portion that I saw them use. They didn't actually use any of the vocal parts or the beats. Probably very fair. Yes. What's up, Cora?
Dick.
That one was fun, though. I enjoyed it. I probably won't put as much effort. If you want me to burn out on bumps, then I'll make more of those, but we'll see. I do kind of want to put more effort into having them at least parallel with the beat, the text. So that's something I'm going to work on, but we'll see. Today we are playing PlateUp with Xuvi, Cormier, Rose Duelist, and myself. We're going to have to see similar ones for like special occasions. Yeah, I think I might yes. It'll more so be, I guess, when I feel like it. And if I find a song that really pushes my desires to do so. It's not a common thing. I've only done it once before with the bumps, but that bump was like low-key. It was on the beat and not on the beat and the snares and the kicks and the claps, whatever else. I used any moment possible to add more text or change it, so it's fun though. It's fun. There's a lot. It was fun. Hey, happy post-birthday. Got keened in the mouth? What the hell? What happened? Why did they do that? Congratulations on being born. Oh, need. That's painful. Yes. That is quite painful. I have been kneed quite a few times during the life of playing soccer. Quite a few times. But I never sat on the floor in pain for 60 seconds. I kind of just got back up and continued playing. Oh, not the teeth. That's the worst. Can't even eat bread? What? Oh, God. That shit was beautiful. Thank you, Blobby. I'm scrolling back up, just seeing what everyone's been saying. I missed some stuff. Unmounted your dev. Whoa, Linux talk. I have to use Fedora for my course at the moment. It's great. I have to eat all my right where I got the screw. Oof. Sounds like a great birthday. It's like you got birthday punches, but instead of birthday punches, it was a knee to the face. To the mouth. Ouch. Ouch. Hey, fellow RPM-based distro user. I have to use it for my class, but if I am tempted enough, I really want to try running the world of Linux on my PC properly. It would be more specifically on like Wayland, perhaps. That one sounds like a good time. I say good time, but I feel like it's all debatable and painful, and yes. Yes, indeed. Sorry, I'm setting up my PlateUp right now. We're starting earlier today and not sitting in the chatting category solely because Xuvi and Rose are busy, and I think Rose has work time. So I can't find the playlist we used. God damn it. Not awesome? Wait, what's not awesome, Juice? What happened? I was AMD, so it's smooth sailing. I want to set up one day an AMD rig. I actually had one, and then I just ended up swapping it over to NVIDIA for a little bit. I have a 2080 Super, so like it's fine, but I'm tired. Oh no. Get asleep. Get asleep, Juice Sour. Get asleep. Okay, I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna do. Wait, invite only didn't work, right? Yeah. Why? Where's the join code? Oh, I mean, I'm only using Fedora for my class, and honestly, it doesn't ask me for much. It really doesn't. Let's see if this works. I sent you guys an invite for starters, but we'll see how that works. And I'll start the call right now. Yeah, it is also a virtual machine, so it's not that intense at all. It's kind of whatever. Greetings!
Moshi?
Yellow.
Moshi Moshi.
Moshi Gaska. Moshi Moshi.
Moshi
Hello.
Moshi.
Oi, oi, oi.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Buenos
Guten
dias.
Morgen. Arrivederci.
Yes, arrivederci.
I shall be cat.
Cat.
Konnichiwa.
I'm a kitty cat. And a meow 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 and a meow meow meow. Oh yeah, that video game that I sent you guys, never mind.
What?
Right?
Just... They seem like very suspicious developers.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I don't like suspicious.
Yes,
I'd rather not have that.
Yes. Especially since Rose Duelis is an artist and they seem to like AI. We're not gonna...
Oh.
That's only one part of the problem, but...
that's half of the problem.
Yeah, yeah.
AI can go get bent. I'm tired of it.
I agree.
I see it every day at work.
Oh no. No good. The plane one, that is correct. The plane game is cancelled.
Alright.
Let me add you guys to the stream together. Gerjiv, would you also like a stream together invitation?
Sure.
Absolutely. Sending it right now.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Accepting. Also, how is everybody doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Can't complain. You know,
Good.
it's quite hot today, but that's okay. I'm indoors.
Transfer the heater. Oh, come on!
You're invited to join Cormier on stream. Thanks.
Dude, yeah, join Cormier.
Sarkat Blue. Hi, let it play. How are you?
Today, we're gonna let Rose pick what we're gonna cook.
Okay. I want spaghetti.
Pescetti it is.
Spaghetti.
Okay.
Xuvi, you're gonna pick the layout.
Nerd. You're a
Okay.
nerd.
Oh,
Thank you for the 10 stream streak, nerd.
nerd.
These are awful.
Well, you can.
What?
Yeah.
These are also awful.
Hey, we sure love the banquet hall, don't we?
Okay, hold
Kind
on.
of nice.
I'm trying to look
Night of fire.
and like, oh,
Spaghetti. Spaghetti.
I might need
Here's
a bit.
banquet hall this.
Yep.
Don't mind me.
That's okay.
Yes.
Don't
No
mind
problem.
me. Just don't mind me.
No
I'm
problem.
shy.
Baguette.
Spagooter. Spagooty.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
There we go again. Spaghetti.
Somebody touch my spaghetti.
Throw away the water, man.
I'm looking at all the outfits. Hey, how do I look, man?
Very dapper.
Thank you.
Are you the... How's he called again?
Osmosis
I
Jones.
forgot.
Dick.
What?
What? I wasn't expecting the song to say bitch. So, what the hell?
Alrighty.
So it makes 2 per pot, or is that just for the tutorial?
No,
I think in 2 per pot. Like,
yeah.
It's not just a tutorial.
Did somebody say deek? Jump on the Cadillac. Okay, great. Pasta water can be poured down sinks. Pasta water can't be poured down sinks, but customers pay extra.
Where do you put the pasta water?
You would have to throw it out, like into the trash.
Into the bin.
Yeah. Now, if we min-max the bin, that's not a big deal.
Yeah.
We would get more money.
We can get a bin and upgrade it, I guess.
Let me set up I forgot. Let me set up chef. Where is it? Where the hell is it? So people can visit. Let's get that. Let's set that up real quick. It's asked me to authorize my Twitch.television for the 80th time.
So why
There
does
we
it say
go.
I'm a new chef? I'm not new,
Because you didn't build your profile.
yeah.
but I did.
Every time you come into this lobby, you have to go to the bed and then switch profile, load profile, and then select yours.
Yeah, it's really weird. Kind of tedious.
Yeah.
Who puts water in their bin? People who want more money, it seems. I don't know how this particularly affects the customers, but it works. So,
No clue.
I will not be cooking today, or on this this run.
That's the power sink we can have. I don't remember. It's the one where you can put 4 in, or it's faster. One of those. But
What
that
do you do
means
with
you can
this?
have the. That's a discount table, I think. We can't do anything. Oh no, we can. Once we get
Yeah, we could take that.
once we get
I'll
blueprints, we
put it over
can
here.
discount them. Yeah.
Who wants to cook? Yes, everyone can visit right now. In all chats, you are able
I
to
haven't
now
cooked it
do
somewhere.
exclamation mark visit.
I shall cook.
Okie dokie. Would you like to lock
you guys
yourself
can
in?
have the... no, I don't need to be logged in. You guys can have
Okay.
the power the power sink.
Okay. Since we need the bin, we'll just put it in the corner, right? Or something?
Sure.
Yep. Power sink, okay. Yeah, true, we don't necessarily need it.
Isn't it faster at like cleaning or something?
Yeah.
Dowie.
Yes.
I live. Nah, I suck, Desuru-chan. Desuru-chan.
Desuru-chan!
Desuru-chan. You're good at handling stream. Not good at handling divers. I suffer with divers.
Divers.
Yeah, divers. Divers. Frickin' divers. Hi, you Desuru-chan. Also, I let it play.
And Marvel
Nah,
Rivals,
it's
not
okay.
like people that's from
Yep.
Korea.
I was like, what? What?
I'm sorry.
Hell
Like,
divers.
there's divers. Yeah, like what Ty is. Ty normally plays magic, so he's a diver. Also, how do you make spaghetti? Let me in the kitchen.
Okay.
Oh, you
An
wanna do
army of
it?
two. Oh.
What?
Yeah, cool.
What do I do?
She
What do I do?
did
What do I
pick.
do?
You take pot and then you fill it
Yeah.
with water, and then you
Yeah.
put the noodles, right? The spaghetti. You put it in the water, right, Xuvi?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then
Oh, really?
and then you're gonna chop tomatoes twice to make sauce, and then you're gonna put spaghetti on a plate, and you're gonna add the sauce.
Ah, I see.
And you have to put spaghetti water into the bin.
Here, we can let
Yes.
Rose actually do a practice mode.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, I can't see. What the hell, you? Okay. Give me
Look at these
What?
dogs.
water. What? Wait. Why is our?
This is
Yeah,
practice
take
mode.
that. Okay. Also, yes. We've been good. Just at least I also feel the same way. Oh, you have to drain it. Yeah, you have to drain it.
Well,
Into
first.
the
How do we
bin.
drain?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh, into the bin. I have
Yeah,
to put
here.
water in the bin.
Yeah,
That
very
is
very
dumb.
strange. I don't know what that's about.
That is dumb. That is dumb. Oh, nice job. You made spaghetti. Congratulations.
Mom spaghetti.
There we go.
Thank you.
There you go. You're
And there
so
we
proud of you.
go.
All right, I
Yes.
see.
How do we leave?
You also
Okay.
stopped Marvel. I was watching you, Desuru.
We
Hiya,
click,
banana.
confirm Koyo.
Yeah, I saw the Y at top after.
Banana.
Banana.
I couldn't think of a name,
Teriyaki
so I thought
Pasta la vista, baby.
That's
Aha.
the best name I could come up with.
Well, I have water now and no pasta. How interesting.
Damn, that sink powerful as hell.
Yeah, it's a pretty good sink. I like the one
Yep,
where you can put
that's
4
good.
plates though.
Oh, the bin.
Yeah,
I forgot.
the wash
Bin.
basin. As well.
Please. Please. Yeah, thank you.
Oh no, the pasta.
The
Oh, man.
pasta went in the bin. That is the dumbest thing ever. I hate that we have to drain the water.
Desuru-chan, thank you for the follow.
Eh?
Thank you.
Hello?
Welcome.
I was pausing.
Yeah, I see a pause in the future. Okay, wait. There you go.
Just
Would
a
you
reminder,
like to-
anyone can visit if you would like.
Yep. Here's your pasta. There you go.
Pasta la vista.
Pasta la vista.
Well, I'm gonna visit
Okay,
too.
that's what I think.
True.
I'll visit once I'm done.
When you're
Cooking the
done,
pasta.
Fanny can, ready up so we can.
No problem. I guess we shall ready up.
All right.
We shall.
Now it's the real deal, ladies and gentlemen. It's the real deal. No pressure,
Yep.
though.
Here you go. I demand room temperature water. I'll give you room temperature water, Desru. You can visit Desru, by the way.
Yes.
She already
Oh,
did.
they
You can
did. Yeah.
visit. Yay.
Sheer Quain and Joe DeLeon. All right. Welcome in. What can I get for you guys here today? Oh, you guys want spaghetti? All
That's
right.
okay. Hold on, I'll drain it. I'll get one. I get you one. Lucky they have to wait. Just hold on. There you go. There's some pasta here.
Yeah, we're gonna
I'm
be
gonna make
looking for
another-
2 paschetti here. 2 paschetti.
2 spaghetti coming up. 2 spaghetti coming up. I'll get you some tomato juice. There's
I want
some
pizza
tomato
actually.
juice.
Sorry, this is a paschetti only
This
restaurant.
is a pasta restaurant. We don't
Yeah, we,
sell thingy.
Our name is Pasta La Vista, so
Yeah, pasta la vista, pasta la vista. Oh god, this is
yeah,
right.
yeah, just Pasta La Vista here.
Hold on.
So,
We need pasta.
hey,
Well,
what's
the-
up,
the
Gur,
pasta
Xuvi,
doesn't
and
burn,
Aiko?
so I'm just gonna
So
do
funny
this.
seeing you two here.
And then just make sure. There we go.
Oh.
Wait, my place. My place. Hold on. I chop. Thank you.
Chop, chop till you drop.
Chop.
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 Boom!
There you go.
Boom.
Chop.
The Saruchan and Cormer, they're looking for some spaghetti.
I
Spaghetti.
got some spaghetti for you.
Oh, that.
Oh, you got this. Nice! No, wow, there was like
Yep.
no mess from those two. Logan's here
Okay, good.
alone, but they want pasta, or spaghetti. Spaghetti spagooter.
We love spaghetti. There we go. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. One spaghetti here. One spaghetti for
Boom.
you. Ah, the horror of tomato sauce.
You don't like tomato sauce?
Yes. Tomato.
Hey, look at those
tomato.
earnings!
Wow. Well done.
Money.
Money.
Research
Ooh,
desk.
yeah,
Don't
we want
already have
that.
Oh.
No, we have a discount disc. Now
Okay.
I can upgrade and
We probably want more plates, yeah.
yeah, let's upgrade the sink for dishwash.
Dishwasher.
I'm just gonna stay here.
Spaghetti. Provide spaghetti.
Dishwasher.
Damn. Okay.
Do you have any grapes?
No.
Womp womp. We ain't got any
Womp womp.
grapes. Womp. We ain't got any grapes. No grapes.
I send that to my sister like very, very infrequently, but enough for her to remember.
What? Womp
What?
No, just the.
Oh, the,
The duck walked up to the lemonade stand. He said to
Exactly.
the man,
run in the stand. Hey,
Womp womp. You
got any grapes? The man said no.
Here, you can take a,
Chop.
take a whiff.
Dum 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 dum
Take a
dum.
whiff.
Yeah. It's just holding the plate in front of
You
me.
need a tomato. Please, the water.
Bum 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 bum.
I got spaghetti here.
We need tomato, please.
I get you tomato.
Maybe we
Tomato,
should take
tomato.
the tomatoes out and we can just deal with them outside.
Yep, that's right. There's some tomatoes for you.
There's also up top.
Oh. Mucho excelente.
Tomato here. Tomatoes. There you go, tomato. There you go. Why is that pot cooked? Question mark. No, it's not. It's stiff pasta. Very stiff. There you go.
And why
I'll
is
get
it
you
stiff?
your tomatoes in a bit. It's just stiff. It's stiff pasta. There you go. There's your tomato. Ah. I am presuming you're waiting for another tomato. Thank you.
Banana.
Give me my pot. Pot.
Quick. Guap.
Wagwan.
Wagwan ma.
Wop.
Wagwan ma. Counter plus
Wak.
sink. There's a mixer. Another dining table could be kinda nice.
Oh yeah, let's put the tomatoes. Let's take the tomatoes. What's it?
Okay.
Sure.
Then Rose can.
What about a mixer? We could use that with the tomatoes. Because
yeah,
then
but I mean we're fairly fast anyway. We could do it if you want to. Just our money.
fine. Fine,
can
don't
do it.
then.
Wait.
No.
I'm getting a hob. I'm getting a hob. I'm getting up. I want
Okay.
because I have 3 pots. So I want to utilize the 3 pots.
Alright.
Nice.
Okay, put this here.
We don't have the money for the mixer anyway, Kuyo.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's fine because we're fast and furious.
I
Come
don't
on,
know if
man.
you have to do it again if it's very smart.
oh god.
Wait, you have to.
Yeah, I have to cook it. Be
This guy's
patient,
double plating.
my good sir. Up.
We're looking for
There's
some
space here.
spaghetti.
Oh, there's some spaghetti right there for you.
Clunks of spaghetti. I like spaghetti too. You take one down, pass it around. Now there's no spaghetti anymore.
But there's a lot of spaghetti. Thank
What
you.
have I done? What have I done? How did the dirt go this far, man? How did it go this far?
Then
What the fuck? Oh, it's over, guys.
Wait. What? What?
It must have dashed to
what
the
did I
wall.
do?
Oh no.
Oh god, what do I do? Oh, what do I do?
We can't do anything.
Why?
We can,
Why did it? Yeah, I think so. I agree. That is just lovely.
Yeah, I don't... The dash is really weird sometimes, and it just...
You have to be careful at corners, I think.
Oh dear. Walk somehow and get. What's this?
Ty wants to change his
God.
profile, I think.
I
This guy's Cormier, not new chef. What the?
am new chef.
Blood.
New chef. I want to be the cat burglar. Let us return to the restaurant.
Return!
So funny.
Yep,
that
the
I just have my
stuff I
cheeks
can
out
wash.
to
She
the
says,
neighbor.
yep. I demand my ice cream slightly melted. How melted? Wait, how
I
melted?
can breathe on it a bit. Oops, my bad.
You can what? Thank you. Yes, please.
Just in
Leave
case.
Yeah, just in case I
Yeah.
glitch to the wall again.
Although...
That's okay. I'll move the pots.
Okay.
I need like. I'll move the pots. The pots are not the problem. You know what? Bye. There you go.
Alrighty then. Alright, we gotta do
Alrighty.
this again, Mr. Xuvi.
Alrighty.
What? Oh yeah.
We gotta synchro summon.
Yeah.
Synchro summon?
I don't know. First thing that came to mind.
XYZ summon.
Yeah, I remember synchro from. I forgot what Yu-Gi-Oh it is. Oh,
I think
let
it's
them in order.
5Ds.
I think it is
What's
5Ds.
the last one that
Yeah,
I watched?
synchro.
And then I
It's
was
it's the
like,
bike.
"Ugh."
It's the bike one. There we go. I'm happy.
Why are you taking the plates?
Oh, accident! Enough to get a spoonful, but not enough for that they need a straw. Ah, I see.
Here we go! Do, 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 do.
There you go. There you go.
What? Oh.
There you go. Oh. You
What
saw
a
me use this
goddamn
one.
mess! Oh, people might need to revisit? Yeah, I think everyone has to revisit.
Oh.
Yeah, it's question mark. Thank you.
I want napkins. Napkins and the
Oh, the
babkins.
napkins were the best.
Or the worker upgrade. The worker ambient, or that's called.
Oh, yeah, true. It reset my cleaning because the mess got bigger.
Here's your spaghetti here. Spaghetti up here.
Yeah, very efficient, guys. I like it.
Very good, very nice. Oh,
Why would you do that?
wasn't me.
No, was you?
It wasn't me.
No. And the day is
Okay.
over. Clean, clean, clean. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Clean, 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 clean. There,
Nice.
there, clean, clean.
Clean, clean,
I
yes,
like
yes.
clean.
Xuvi, you look
I
like
like
the
clean. I like
Karen
clean.
mod.
Oh, thank you.
Hold it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Visit, visit,
congrats.
I love visit.
You know what this means? Add cheesy spaghetti as a main, or
Yum.
customer patience is hidden. Oh,
I
hey.
love cheese.
Oh, you need to make a bigger
cheese.
bechamel sauce.
Add spaghetti. Add butter and flour to cook. Whoa, hold on. Unvote. Hold on. Hold on. What the hell?
You need to make a bechamel sauce and then make a cheese sauce over
I'm,
it.
I'm happy with that. So hold
Ooh,
on.
sharp knife. This could
wait.
be this could be good for the tomato choppers.
Okay, let me see. Recipe. Okay.
That's not a wash
butter and
basin.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Dining table. The
Yes.
dining table.
Yes.
I don't think we need a sharp knife currently.
I mean, you hold it for the whole thing, right? How much does it cost? Is it 30? 20.
20. We could do it.
Like, only one person really needs to, and then...
You can leave that. Put it somewhere. You can put it up here. We
Yeah.
only need to pick it up.
Yeah, put it next to the...
The person can just hold it.
Yeah. So whoever's chopping just grabs it. They hold
Thanks,
it for the...
I want to chop it.
Run around the restaurant with it.
So hold on. No. Just wait. Whoa. Never mind.
Arnar.
Nope. Let's go.
This guy's running with a knife.
Oh my god.
Running
Sorry.
in the 90s.
I have to make this in a pot.
Yeah.
They want a cheese spagooter.
Cheese spagooter coming up. Because to make the roux, and then I need to add milk. What? We said add milk. Wait.
I did say that.
I will have spag without
Add
the
milk
Eddie,
and
please.
then mix. I need to mix.
This is bannable.
So wait, do I mix it all? So-
Butter, flour. Maybe you need to
Hmm?
put
Yep.
it on a work surface.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then add more milk, it said. Add more milk. And then I have to put it in the
Mix
work
again.
surface again. There we
Whoa.
go, Che.
Now you have.
Right. There is your sauce. Now let me...
I still
much?
need cheese.
Oh, yeah, we need the cheese.
No problem. I'm making this more pasta.
There you go, H. Brown. There you go. We need just normal pasta. Let me get that normal
There's
pasta
some
real
pasta
quick.
here. Here's some pasta here.
We're gonna need some normal pasta with some tomato sauce, and then we're gonna need some.
No problem, no
oh, we got that. We're good. Nice,
I'm gonna
nice.
make a sauce.
Nice.
Go make a sauce.
Oh, normal one. Gonna
Put
deliver it.
Okay, hold on. Let me make another pot of pasta. Looks like you're running out.
A pot of greed.
A pot of greed.
We're just
Okay,
full of Yu-Gi-Oh
there's your-
references today.
Yep.
Thank you,
I have
Jimmy.
it.
Thank you. There you go. Okay, hold on. We need to add
We're gonna need
milk. I need to put her on the
cheese.
surface. Yeah, making at the moment. I need to add more milk. I haven't heard this song in a long. There's cheese. There you go.
The cheese is under the sauce.
The cheese.
fuck.
The cheese.
No, Gubert.
Every-
Oh, wait,
Oh
I had it.
no. That's okay.
There's
That's okay.
other
It works
cheese,
out.
there's
Works
other
out. It
cheese.
works out.
Works out. You're good. You're good.
Oh my god, look at this mess.
Ew.
My god.
Ew.
There's your.
Clean, clean. Yes, yes.
There's pasta. There's a pasta. Nice, nice, nice.
Nice.
No,
We
What
have
we got? What we got? What we
workers.
got?
Bop,
That's
bop, bop, bop,
not-
bop.
Later.
basin?
I mean, we could do the basin. There's no. Where's the
There's a
where's-
dining table here.
Can we not get a washer, dishwasher?
We could, but then we have to continue upgrading.
I think we continue.
We could
What is
also
your-
get a wash basin and put another sink in. Oh, we could
yeah.
not.
I mean, do you think the wash basin is better than the power sink? Because we could just sell this. Or
The wash?
rather than selling it, we just give it to Rose and we sell the normal sink.
I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, it doesn't really make any difference for us, but
It does, because you can't use the power sink for water. It says impossible menu.
Oh, frick, man. Ulfric Stormcloak.
oh man,
That's okay.
Man.
I can't believe it's not cheese.
Just in case.
I'm gonna do
Actually,
a...
do we want to do the cheese somewhere else so Ty doesn't have to go that far to get it?
I didn't. Yeah. I'll just.
Just
You
put it
can
next to
be
the
the shop
tomatoes.
master.
Wait. Oh.
Do we want to re-roll the 4 that we have? Or not really?
Not really. I mean,
We can
if
save the
we,
reroll.
we have something in the reroll table. Ty, we need to get to the bin.
Yeah, we need bin access.
We could put the bin. Nah, that would be inconvenient if we put somewhere else, I think.
Cheese, not enough cheese. When is there ever too much cheese on anything?
Or are we just not gonna use the power? Oh, is this the wash basin one?
When there's so much cheese in it that it clogs your throat. But Kuya, if you
Oh,
do
I
it
would-
like that, Rose has to run every time up
Yeah,
here
you're
to
right.
put the water away.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to think of a
I got it here.
convenient setup there.
Well, here's your. I just want in case I. In case I,
Yeah.
I'm just putting this a little closer. There we go. Ready.
I'm ready.
Tie.
Purple. Purple. Not purple anymore. Oh god, I took milk.
I have to sneeze.
Bless
Bless you.
you.
Thanks.
In advance.
Oh.
There's spaghetti.
Normal.
Normal spaghetti right here. I'm gonna go make cheese
There you go,
sauce.
Trogdor 112233. And if you make a mess again, you're dead. You're dead to me, you hear? Clean, clean, yes,
Where's
yes.
the butter?
Clean, yes,
There's
yes.
your butter. What?
All right.
Plates.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Of course, no wonder. Okay. Oh yeah, I got a mix. Hold on. Mix. Add more milk. Sorry. Mix.
Runs around them with
There
their
you go.
food, then delivers it to someone else.
Oh,
No, it's cool. We got it. God damn, how did they get a message this
There's
far
milk.
with spaghetti, man?
I don't know the slurping.
We need double
I
cheese.
Give me.
Yeah,
I got the
I'm
bit.
coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey.
Here's
Hey. Let me through. Hey.
Hey! Move!
Wow.
Move!
Let me in. Hey, let me in.
Move! Oh, they're teleporting. There's a... Woo!
They're teleporting.
Holy smokes.
They're teleporting.
We need the yes.
Cheese one? Cheese one? Coming
Oh,
up
wait.
right here. There's your
Yes.
cheese one. There's your cheese one.
We got an extra cheese over there. We're gonna need some sauce.
On it.
It's under the sauce.
Nuh-uh.
Here's some spaghetti right here. Cheese on
Spagooter.
the way. Cheese
This
on
one right here. Oh, let me deliver that.
I'll come with your spaghetti. More spaghetti. There's your cheese.
Spagooty.
Spaghetti on the way.
Spagooty.
There you go. Spaghetti. And you get 2 portions.
Come on, eat faster.
No, put it in,
Yo.
put it in.
No.
Good job. It's
Power sync. Power sync.
Oh, man. Why are we not over? Okay.
I don't know.
That was strange.
Yeah, I was very strange.
I
I thought I've been.
They just let us like clean the plate, you know?
Yeah,
I do.
very nice.
Would we like to be an affordable, focus on serving customers as quickly as possible, or charming, focus on making customers feel welcome with a personal touch? Both of these suck. Where's our money?
Wait, charming is new.
I didn't press that, but okay. I guess the game's choosing for me.
Well, listen, increase patience. Patience decreases slower when player is near the table and customer will sit at the tables before they are cleared. It's actually kind of nice.
Patience is good.
Yeah. Patience. Whoa, so red. So red.
It's red. It's red.
So what the hell's the...
Red.
Okay, we got a common painting. I'm gonna get it right now.
Yo,
Calm
a
the people down.
dartboard? Dog?
I think we want 30s with
Me,
on,
as I
with
sit
this
with my
one.
food, I'll flutter my eyes at you and give you compliments.
Highly flammable. Wow. Man, I love darts.
Why are we only on? Oh, is that a car? No. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
We really love darts here, man.
Yeah, wow. So many dart.
Wow.
While we're darting,
Oh,
we're
come
darting.
on. Give Rose some darts. She can play while she cooks.
Yay! Thank you. Wow. Ooh, nice floor. I like it. I like.
Ooh.
No, I felt that wall really
Yeah,
Oh, checker's nice.
That's a good one. That is like a kitchen wall.
Oh, nice.
No.
Orange one. That one looks. This one looks nice.
Yeah, this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. What is this?
Simultaneously the
Power
tackiest, but
Wow.
also the nicest looking.
Yeah. Ready up.
No, now we're like a
Ready.
Valentine's Day pasta place.
Valentine's Day.
The Valentinos.
Valentino. The Valentinos. Oh my word.
Hey, what are you
Alright,
talking
yeah.
about? Hey, what are you talking about?
Oh, I thought I read it up. My bad.
I'm upgrading. I'm upgrading. What is that?
Upgrade.
I feel like if it's not what we need, there's no need to discount it. What do you guys want, huh? We got rolls? Okay, they just want the sauce. They want the sauce. Alright.
They want the sauce?
They want the sauce. It's all good. We're done there.
We only
Come on,
serve the sauce.
Alright, we want the sauce. Double sauce.
That sounds just like me though. I like. The only reason I enjoy pasta is for the cheese sauce. I love the cheese sauce. My favorite.
Alright.
I'm swinging it around wildly.
Yo, relax.
Yo, with the knife.
Holy.
He's knifing.
Alright, we want cheese.
There's double cheese.
Double
prepared.
cheese.
There's cheese. There's cheese. Lots of cheese. Cheese.
Do.
Okay, now I have to make more cheese. What are people and their cheese? What the heck?
Cheese to meet you.
Cheese to meet you?
That's very cheesy, man.
There's an extra
That is-
there.
I need the bin to go. I need the bin to go.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you. Thank you. There's your pasta there.
So
Thank
we
you so
need
much.
some
You need
cheese
pasta.
sauce.
Yeah, hold on. I'm on it. And then I need to mix another.
Without any milk.
There's your
You need
cheese
the
sauce.
you need the noodles.
There's the
bad,
spaghetti
messed
right
up.
there. They just want the sauce, yes. You want cheesy sauce?
God
Sauce
damn.
without the cheese? I think.
We need another
You need help
cheese. Well, we need a lot of cheese, but
Uh-oh.
You guys can do it. I believe.
what a mess! More cheems.
Cheesing. Getting cheese. Cheesing. There you go. You need pasta now. There you go. Pasta.
Oh, quick cheems.
I'm on it.
We need
Come
one
here.
more cheese sauce.
There you go. I'll get you cheese sauce. No problem. Okay.
My bad.
No. There you go. There's your cheese sauce right here. I got you.
No.
Oh, sorry.
What?
Oh, sorry.
I'm not cutting. I'm not
Hold
touching.
on.
Got it. Oh, one more.
Power sync. Never mind.
There you go. There's
Quick.
a power sync.
This is scary.
Clap. Oh, no clapping. Sorry.
Hash browns, or customers can leave
Hash
food on their
browns
plates.
with spaghetti.
Okay, but do we really want to be... We would need a jumbo bin if they're going to be picky eaters, alright? Customers can leave food on their plates which must be thrown out? Are you serious? We almost just lost because there were plates on the tables.
How about hash browns?
I agree, we should just do picky eaters.
Alright.
I mean, can't we like get another trash bin? Leftover bags.
Well, the thing is, we need to find a bin.
Yeah. The bin is... Ooh, yeah.
More research or more discount?
Research. I mean, we could always switch it if we find something that we really truly want.
I would say let's reroll once.
Can we sell some extra counters, or do we really truly
Well,
need?
we're using those.
Good.
Are we?
Yes, for the extra like times we need sauce and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, just reroll it.
Bin.
Yeah.
Napkins.
Oh my god.
This
No
was
more
a
mess.
goated.
Should we like put it like out here?
That could be your bin.
The extended should probably go here instead. With Rose. The extended bin.
Yeah.
Was not what I grabbed, but okay, game.
It's a bit fiddly sometimes.
I don't know what the hell to
Every
do with
time I
this
hear
one
the
now.
song, and I think of the
Maybe
guy
put
that
it, like,
was
over
walking
here.
and snapping his fingers. Yeah. It's
Can
from
you, like-
Jujutsu Kaisen. It's the opening.
Can you
I like it.
theoretically? No, you
Yeah,
can't
save the
grab it 'cause of
mixer.
law.
Oh, we can like discount the mixer. Oh.
No. The other way.
I mean, I guess, but we could have just moved the...
What do you mean?
It would have made the same... We could just... Never mind. Whatever. Whatever, dude.
Whatever, man.
Oh, wait, but we can't upgrade it,
Whatever.
Xuvi.
Why?
Same,
It will turn into the heated
Banana
one.
Vinny! Hi, Vinny!
Actually, you're
I
right.
restarted it. I
The
know.
heated one don't do anything
Who's
for
your
us, I
favorite
guess.
character,
Yeah.
Desturu-chan? I like
I don't know,
Megumi.
I mean...
Megumides, and Itadori. They're
So
my
on a discount
boys.
here. Oh,
They're my
what happened?
boys.
Where?
It's fun. You
I
want to visit to get some cheesy pasta? You want some cheesy pasta or
Okay.
normal pasta? Oh, Nana. Yeah, Naname is cool. I like him. He's so cool.
Welcome in, welcome. You stopped, so I wasn't sure if I
I just looked up too much, I guess.
Meow.
might have just pushed you.
What? But we don't sell that, Vinny.
Oh God!
Wrong. Oh God, what's going on?
They didn't finish their plate.
That's
Oh my
that's just heresy. Heresy, I say.
I'm just gonna clean.
My
We
bad.
need Cheem's plate.
Which plate? There's cheese. Oh yeah, my cheese. My cheese. I just put it down and my cheese is already used. I love the man that complains about his job. Yeah, he does. A lot. Did you also watch the movie? The movie was fun as well. Learning about why Gojo's the way he is made me cry though. I'll try to be the one to empty my bin. There you go. There. Gotcha.
You.
Welcome. I need more pasta. Damn, these people are milking the pasta. Oh dear. It's
Ah!
my screen. There's pasta.
Earthquake!
There you go. I give you pasta up here.
Oh, I need to.
Oh, you want some cheese sauce? Anybody want some cheese sauce? I'm gonna make anyway. Let me make. I did, it hurt. And I love. Oh, yeah. I saw his like what he goes through made me cry. Suguru, poor guy. I think having to eat the spirits and it tastes so terrible for him. I don't need flour! I need milk!
What is this?
Really?
What is this plate?
There's some.
Oh, we probably should
Booty.
have done other people for it. Oh well.
Nah, I specifically do not like those people.
Thank you. There you go. Here's some spaghetti. Why are we taking a plate to the bin?
Because there was.
Whoa!
Did we just make it?
That was on it.
I
That
am stressed.
Made it.
Clutch.
What's
I think the way
this? What's
you-
this? Yeah!
Wash.
Dishwash.
Ooh, prep
Wash.
station.
Ooh,
Mixer.
I like that.
Do mixer.
Yeah, I could do with a prep station. Meow! Goldmine, hi!
Good morning.
Nobody can
Where can the
hold
prep
me
station
back.
go?
I don't know. I just replaced one of the counters.
Should I
Hi,
put it?
Maito! Hi, guys! How
You know what?
Thanks, Xuvi.
I feel like
Yeah?
it would be better for cheese. Like, right?
Yeah, over there. It
Or-
would make sense.
I mean,
And
yeah.
welcome, guys.
I don't think we
welcome.
can put the spaghetti into the
We
prep
can't.
station anyway.
Yeah. So that's yeah. We could just
Yeah?
do.
And you
yeah.
put plates, so maybe you could try. Thank you so much for the wait,
I
Gold
don't think
Maito.
so.
Thank you. How was your
I would
game?
say we were once.
You're playing
Yeah, I agree.
Dunstark
real.
Attack. How was it? I was lurking in your stream.
Actually, let's put a
Hope
counter
everyone had a-
into.
Hope everyone had a good
Do you want to reroll
Enjoying
3?
my stream.
Uh,
Thank you,
Well,
buddy.
what do you
You're the
want?
best.
Well, hold
No,
on.
we
What are
don't.
we trying to get first?
Let's check it out.
I
Let's check
guess.
it, check it.
I thought another prep station would be nice. That's why I put a counter in. I don't think we need another washing thing. We don't need another hop.
What does the mixer do?
What's the mixer for?
It'll
If
auto.
you put it in, yeah, I will put the tomatoes into tomato sauce.
Yeah, it turned. It's,
Oh,
so
I
honestly,
see
you
what
could
does
just.
by hand. I also want to see something. I'll come there. I want to see. So basically, Sonic boosting Tony Hawk. Oh, really? What trains? Yeah. Apparently, was this Iron Mouse's voice acting there? I heard. I heard she's voice acting for one of the buses. Hey, if you want to come visit, Raiders, come visit our restaurant. And in
Yes.
Chinos, we have pasta. But exclamation mark visit. You can visit us and taste some lovely, authentic pasta not made by hand. I'm sorry. I am very sorry.
Oh, I forgot the. I need to move those out of the way, or more in the
What?
way.
What's moving?
The
moving?
napkins. I just keep forgetting about them.
Should I put tomatoes sauce on here or not?
What? What?
Nah, I think just leave that counter section. Oh, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. My shift is done.
Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done.
Ding da da dun, ding da da dun, ding da da dun, ding da da dun, ding da da dun. Yes, I got you. More pasta, and they waste. There you go. Oh my word!
Holle molle.
Picky eaters they are. Picky eaters they are.
You know, like, how can you possibly leave that? What could be left over from pasta? Did they just leave the spaghetti? The sauce? What's
I
the
decided I'm
leftover?
tired of spaghetti.
They eat with their mouth open, like they chew with their mouth open, so all, the stuff that falls down, they don't eat again.
That is
like
disgusting.
Cows? Like
Yes.
cows.
But I mean, not like cows, like not eating, the stuff. What do you mean?
They're yapping while eating.
Yeah. This pasta
Oh,
tastes
look
like
at this.
this.
Coil leaving half the goddamn plate.
Yeah, well, you know what, man?
Why,
You
Toya?
smell bad.
I can't believe he said that.
Hey, we got a mixer.
No, we don't.
got
That plays long dead.
Whoa. True.
Okay, well, there's your plate up there. That's your plate. The game of the year, really?
Oh, I made the wrong dish.
I see.
JK.
I must check it out though. I do like Sonic. I do like.
Spaghetti,
Are you looking
please.
for pasta? Here's pasta for you guys. What? Double it? Oh my word, heavens!
Holy
Thank you,
smokes!
Delta. Thank you.
There you go.
Go.
Oh fuck. Where can you get the plate?
Hoggity
We
hochaba.
don't need more tomato.
Ooga baga
Wait,
shooty.
help you there. Yay! Hi. You going
Ah,
to eat? Good night.
Xuvi
good
catch.
night.
Oh,
What?
imagine I could just throw a trash bag.
Oh my word. My.
My coffee tastes like Christmas.
Hi, Delta 3. Thank you so much. Thank you for the way, though. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh,
Xuvi, if you want to
Xuvi,
reroll
both
now,
of us.
we could.
Both of us. Double shout out.
Oh, there was
Thank you
something
so
in
much
here, I
for the
forgot.
way, though. Thank you.
This should be a workstation, yeah.
Yeah, do we need
How
one?
was the days gone? How was it? Oh, workstation.
I don't know.
Can I take this?
Sure.
Oh wait, yeah, Rose can do that for the bechamel sauce.
Yeah, for the sauce. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's
true.
nice.
Good
Yeah,
point.
I can use it for the sauce. When I'm done cooking it, I'll put it onto
Nice.
here. Killing
More
some
dining table?
zombies. Nice.
I think we're
do
good on
love to
tables
kill
for
the
now.
zombies, especially
Okay.
on.
I mean, I don't know.
Other
If
games.
you think we should add one, then we can add one.
You're the dead table guy. Otherwise, I can reroll.
Yep. If anyone needs to
No,
raid and
it's not
rest, you
real.
can. Or you can come visit
Oh, you
here.
want to upgrade
Visit
it.
our
Yeah.
restaurants.
Oh, whoops.
The
Yeah.
Valentinos. We serve pasta.
Replace
nice,
them all with
delicious
the ones
pasta.
that give us more money.
Pasta, 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 pasta. Pasta, 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 pasta.
Pizza, pasta, put it in a box.
Pista, pasta, put it in a pasta. Oh my word, milk. Meow. I can see.
Gotta get them berries.
I want to see something. I want to see something. Who needs a stove? Who needs a stove? When I have
What?
the workstation, make pasta
Oh my
here
God.
with my hand.
Wait, what?
Oh my god.
What the hell? I forgot it does that.
I knew it. Just make with my hands. Let's go.
This is crazy.
He hits the pasta so fast. She cooks it.
Wait,
Ah,
I can't.
no, you can't because I need to get rid of the water.
Oh, right. That's
I
right,
need
the
to get rid
water.
of the water. The water.
The water.
I have the power. I got the power. I need
We
to
need to
move
put the
this.
trash bin here. The one on the
These
top bottom left.
hooligans.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. We should
There
move
you
it.
go. Risciamoli, macaroni.
When you right, man, you right.
Thank you, man. I tried
When
to
you're
do-
wrong, though, you're really wrong.
Oh. Why though?
Okay, no problem. You have a good rest. You have a good rest off. Thank you so much for. Nope. I rather do with my hand.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, man.
Oh, sorry, man. My bad, man.
Get these fools out of here. Oh my goodness. Pissing me off.
What? I demand. You demand a cup of ice cubes. What? Cubes.
We should do it like in a buffet where, you know, you get charged if you leave too much left over on your plate.
I agree. Shot.
I agree.
Oh, charged.
I mean,
What
still,
I hear shot.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
honestly, I agree with that too.
There you go.
Charged the fee.
They do a lot at Korean barbecue.
And I do that. What is that? Double.
There you go.
Okay.
I shall get you your cheese sauce in a momentarily.
we
Once
need a
I'm done
lot
doing
of it.
this.
We need a lot of cheese
Yep.
sauce.
No one. No problem. No problem. It'll be done at the speed of lightning. I'll make 2 if you want.
Oh, we have to clear this quick.
Let's get this out. Okay, put this over here. Put this over here.
Oh.
There you go. Yes! I should put in 1 more milk. There you go. There you go. Cheese sauce galore. Oh, there's your pasta. Sorry about that. I need to put it on here. For the love of all of me. Why do you get a dirty plate? There's your
What?
plate. There you go.
Run! Oh god! We were pasta.
There's a pasta. There you go, my good sir.
Thank you. Race to the finish. Holy
Oh god, they
freaking
finished my
cannoli! Oh,
cheese
sorry.
sauce so quickly. God.
People like the
It's
cheese
all
sauce.
cheese sauce. It's all cheese sauce.
It's a
That's
hit.
all they want. That's all they want. These hooligans. They ain't
All they
asking for
want is the
nothing else.
cheese. Oh, they want the cheese.
We pasta.
Pasta's coming up. Pasta's coming up. There you go. It's on the way. It's on the way. There you go.
Wait. No, I don't have the cheese sauce. I
Cheese
need
sauce.
cheese sauce.
Cheese sauce.
It's gonna come. Juvi, take the pot out. Take the pot out. Never mind. Never mind. Escape. There you go. It's on the way. It's on the way. There's your cheese
10,
sauce right now.
9, 8.
Oh, more milk. More milk.
Milk.
I'm
It doesn't
lagging.
need more milk.
She was lagging.
It
I'm
doesn't need
lagging.
more milk. It's already cheese
lagging.
sauce.
Clean, yes, yes.
I was lagging.
Clicking.
You didn't move for me.
Juvi. Poor guides. Oh, did you get it?
Nacho.
No.
Damn it.
Nah.
Add spaghetti bolognese as a main.
Bolognese.
Or allow customers to change their order?
No, 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 no. I don't know. It's up to you guys.
Mince. Recipe difficulty 4.
Well, you have to chop tomato twice, make sauce, and add cooked mince with and cook again. So you have to cook the
we
mince,
just- Oh.
and then you cook it again.
Cooked
You need
mince?
cooked mince.
Oh,
No, I just have to. You guys make a lot of sauce, so I can just have the. I'll just put the mince one side.
this is probably the most awful options we ever had.
In all honesty, it's not a big deal if we let them change their orders because we
Okay.
deliver them last minute anyways.
Okay, then let's go for that.
Or at least I do.
Let's go.
It's more tolerable to do this. Also, we can give Rose.
Okay.
Actually, well, I was gonna say the sharp knife, but
Oh, this would be good for someone.
what table is this?
Tray
Yeah, you
stand.
get two.
More patience. The tray stand for like my head can't handle it.
Tracy and hard brain.
My brain can't handle the power.
Any
I got the
matters.
power.
I like a I
Theoretically,
like two
using-
number nines, a
using
number
the
nine
wording it
large.
has, I should be able to carry the knife and more things.
I don't think it lets you dual wield.
No, it
doesn't
does
do
it.
that.
No dual wielding.
Wait, what is this? Oh, okay.
Table.
Okay, get this hob. Bye. I'm selling this hob. Bye, hob.
Okay.
So
wait.
long, Hob.
No need. We have
Oh.
hands. We're throwing hands instead.
Yeah. Also, what's
You
the
could
knife
always,
for?
if you. Oh wait,
What's the knife for?
let's
Oh
reroll.
yeah, get another. Wait.
Do you really want another knife?
Why not get another? Are you shopping? I'm not shopping. Actually.
No, I'm not. I just put it on the
Okay,
mixer,
I'm
not
but
needed.
Ty
But
doesn't
why
use
would
the
we want
mixer.
to reroll? Oh, we have so much
Yeah.
money. I reroll.
Yeah, I was like,
Matter.
we kind of got the money.
I'm gonna change my order. Combiner.
This sucks. The
Yeah.
combiner is no.
No.
It is very tacky. One more reroll.
Another bin.
Customer share delivered food.
I'm thinking about honestly, we could just do that. Like we sell two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's get that.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what was
Did you
this?
see that?
Yeah.
What
My
happened?
screen.
There was
happened?
something giant on the screen.
You finally got a root for us this Sunday? Nope.
Yep.
Acquio. Let's
Nope.
move
I do.
this To the kitsch.
To the kitchen.
Chen.
Yeah, okay.
That mixer's a different color counter than the other one.
Is it? Looks the same to me. Oops.
Hop, yeah, hop.
What's going on?
You ran into me.
Yes, if you do exclamation mark visit in the chat, you will be able
Yep.
to visit our restaurant here.
Yeah, Lightning Matters, come visit.
Yes.
Hi.
You can also order on the top left. You should see order thingies.
Oh.
Damn,
What?
Molly.
Damn.
Bruh.
Sorry, Molly, you
Bruh.
forgot your napkin.
Oh, right.
Are you
freaking
looking for something,
napkins.
my good sir?
One cheese sauce, please.
Yes.
Here.
Yes. And so they should just share
Oh
this one,
my
right?
eyes.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Look. Wow. Okay, so
Give
two
me-
of them
give
shared a
me-
plate and they still left this giant mess.
Oh my god.
It's unfathomable.
Oh,
Oh,
truly.
people, the
Yeah.
people.
We
Did you
need
say my
chim
name?
sauce. What?
Jesus, right here. On the way.
I said Rose, say my name.
Say my name, say my name.
Say my name. There's your cheese sauce.
Oh,
There's your cheese
I'm all
sauce.
alone in the double table. Bitch.
Ah, sorry, Juvie. Put it on the
That
stove.
tracks.
Put it on the...
What? You can't say that. Here you go, Xuvi. An extra. I give it to you early.
What'd he say?
Nothing.
I'll be honest,
Oh.
I never heard. Here's cheese sauce. Put this back, put this back, put the corner back. There's your sauce, there's your sauce, there's your sauce. I just need another one like this. And another one. Yes.
Bruh.
I was working
What?
on that before you even started.
No, you weren't.
Don't even.
You weren't. You smell
try.
bad. You smell so bad. You smell terrible.
I smell like
God, you guys.
success.
I'm in the kitchen.
What do
you
you want
said?
wrong with the kitchen?
I
Kill
mean,
this
drama on the
Ah.
driving floor. My bad. Not
We
in the
need cheese
kitchen.
sauce. We need cheese sauce. On it, boss. On it, boss.
Cheese sauce.
Cheese sauce, cheese sauce, cheese sauce, cheese sauce.
Seesaw, seesaw.
She sells
Seesaw?
cheese sauce at the seashore.
Seashells on the seashore.
She sells
seashore.
cheese sauce at the cheese store.
My word! What are they doing? Sniffing the sauce? Are they sniffing it?
I don't understand how it could be so much. We need cheese sauce.
Cheese sauce on the way. Cheese sauce on the way. Made magically from my. But why are you giving me the bin?
I
Hey.
was helping cleaning it while I.
What?
There's art.
I can barely see it.
Oh.
Barely. It's pixels.
Oh my word!
What?
What the fuck?
It's fine. It's fine. It will make
Just
it.
made a
It will
streamer
make it. I
end their
believe, I
stream
believe.
because I said I would smash the Resident Evil 9 spider. Well, that's not that far
Oh,
fetched.
there
I
was a
can.
mess in front of your sink, Rose.
Ma?
There was a mess in front of your sink.
Oh damn it!
A bookcase.
Wall lights. Nothing
Wall
but
light.
wall lights.
What?
Okay, we
Dartboard.
get a lot of wall lights, guys.
Dartboard.
This place will be bright.
Dartboard. Baby, you
Surely.
light up the world like nobody else. Is that it?
Nobody else.
One more.
Uno mas.
Which one do you like, Rose? Do you like this one or this one?
The checkers one is better. Yeah, that one. Yeah,
Baby,
that looks
baby.
better. It looks better.
What about this one? What's this one? Oh, this is this
Compact.
one we already have.
Stores one item but empties
like
itself
mine.
automatically. Ooh.
it's yours.
Maybe instead of this one?
Takes- Yeah, don't. It takes some time to. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, let's keep it for now.
Yeah.
And here we have the bar table. I
No.
think.
No, this no.
Friday fertilize.
Christmas.
Oh wait. Put the corner back. It.
Almost. Yeah, I know. She
Don't touch my
sells
spaghetti.
cheese.
Don't touch my spaghetti.
She
Don't touch my spaghetti.
cheese. When cheese upgrading?
When cheese?
The hell is that?
Counting. I think it's the either the romantic one or the. I think it's the romantic table.
Ah. Buenos dias.
Buenos, more money knows. She don't need
I
money.
no money. Oh la la.
Oh
I
my
just
God.
put pasta down.
Oh
Are
my
they inhaling
god.
it? What? Yo. There you go.
Do you believe in love after life?
Yo.
Bruh.
Hold on. I need to put this here.
The bin
Wow,
is
so
eating
magic.
me. It takes so long though.
Yeah.
But go back to our old.
Why can't? Oh, right. I don't have a plate. This guy's just yoinking shit.
Come on, hurry up, man.
Yoink. I have sauce. I have sauce. I have sauce. I have sauce.
The cheese is under the sauce.
I turned my back for like few minutes and it's already damn.
Oh no!
No!
What's going on?
Koya didn't not use ice.
I forgot the napkins. The napkins and the bampkins.
Why? Mix, yes, yes. Mix, yes, yes. Mix, yes. Mix, yes, yes. Milk, mix, yes, yes. There's some
Hey man,
spaghetti
you
for
make more cheese?
There's cheese sauce right here.
No, Thai.
Oh, my screen!
Sorry,
The
I got
zombies!
taken back in time a few times.
Wish we could turn back time to the
The
good
good
old
old
days.
days. My mama says.
No, we don't have ice cream. Ugh. Unbelievable.
Bechamel ice cream.
Yeah, we have pasta ice cream. It's frozen tomato sauce and pasta inside.
Pasta ice cream. Authentic pasta ice cream.
Yup.
We have spaghetti ice cream here, but it's not made of spaghetti.
Cheems.
Clean.
Clean, yes.
Clean.
Clean, yes.
Cheems.
A la cheese, a la cheese, a la. Oh my word. They love the cheese. They
Mucho
love the
cheeso.
cheese.
Oh, they changed their
love the
freaking order.
Cheese. I'm singing Miku.
No, there is no Bing chilling.
Miku.
Job's done.
Hey. Money
A Lamau.
and spaghetti is worth a lot.
It sure is.
Okay.
Oh my god, this skin.
Wait, we can sell gas now?
Guess.
Gas override.
Gas.
That's why if we have a.
Oh,
It's
it's really a really dumb thing. Like you can put it in the top, and while you hold it down, it's like faster or something. It's like
I'm Fine.
now gas sell beans and you get the sauce.
you
Fine.
can still rework Koyo and for something direct.
What do we want? Even.
Whoa. Microwave, workstation, freezer, none of this. Could get a coffee table.
Copy.
You crash
Yeah,
them
honestly-
hit them.
Son, are you Wolfie son?
I'm just trying to think where to put the coffee table now that.
Wolfie son.
I mean, Ty only uses
Working
it for that
more.
one instance, right? So,
I see.
the knife.
I see.
You just grab it and then
Okay,
it doesn't have to
I
deal with it
guess,
for the rest of it. Yeah.
That table has a knife there. Should I be worried?
Working and lurking. Nice. Hell yeah.
The knife
What
is
a
not there
cooking.
where they sit. Don't worry.
Huh. I make the pasta and the latte. Ararito ratarite. Meet the toli macaroni pasta telly too. Jelly.
Sure, Quan.
Oh, please.
What they're ordering.
Something.
What?
Their order thinking. They think.
They
Come
think
on,
in order.
Faster, man.
Yes.
Cheems.
Okay, I was about to say.
They
it's
changed it up. They changed it.
Oh, no. Oh, that's okay. It's you just deliver one anyway.
You want the cheese? There's the
A banana,
cheese.
squish banana.
Oh, we forgot to change the bin.
Do you not like it?
What the hell?
I put so much effort into this bin and you just...
Oh,
What?
What
What's wrong, Ty?
I accidentally hit the
happened,
bin when I was making
Oh.
a dish.
Oh no. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
To the best
There
of
you
us, man.
Yeah, it happens.
They changed it! Man! They're pissing me off.
Man.
Man!
There you go. What?
Man?
Nani okore?
Kora, Nani.
That was gonna change it. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Yeah, what I tell you. What a surprise. Bunch of order changes out here.
Order changes.
I'm just doing the duo tables first. The others can
shit.
freaking wait.
Oh
That's
shit!
fine. No, we're good,
What's
we're
all
good, we're
shit?
good, we're good. No, we're good, we're good.
We're working
Gucci,
here.
Gucci,
We're working
Gucci.
here. Hey, give me my pasta!
Get out of here! Not letting time progress into the land. He trying to working here, man. Clean. No!
I'm taking out my bin. Goodbye. Hey, out of my way! Out of my way, people!
Give it away, give it away, give it away now. Give it away, give it away, give it away now.
Back up.
Cheems.
Making cheese? I'm making cheese.
Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes.
Just
Making
dance.
bag.
Just dance.
Gonna be okay. Gotta do it. Just dance. I got pasta on your way. I got pasta
I
in the
thought you
way.
almost
I got pasta
threw it
in the
out.
way. Whoa, my pasta! What the heck? Do people inhale the pasta?
Oh, we ran out of napkins.
No! Napkins and the napkins and the... Bro, what are you doing?
Body block! Body block! Body block it!
This is a team effort.
Yeah, and you're throwing.
You're playing like Lionel Messi right now.
Get my bin out of here!
He's saying I'm bribing the refs.
Change,
Yes.
I changed the bin.
I think there's a mess in the bottom right corner.
I almost just spilt my coffee, and if
That was
that
a mess.
happened, guys,
Guys-
I'm gonna be so honest, I would have been so angry. I would have been so angry right there.
Spaghetti bolognese is taunting us.
Bolognese, or
We
customers
don't
pay
need
based
money,
on
really,
remaining.
so...
Do you want to add Bolognese? Oh, you're saying just cause
We're
it's-
rich.
I understand.
We don't care about money.
Yeah.
I don't need a hob, it sucks.
What do we got?
Right now, the prep station's my
Supplies.
only dream here. I want to use it when I need it.
Supplies.
This could be
If
for
you
more
want more
napkins. Oh, I mean, I don't know if it's worth it because we.
You think we can freeze the cheese? I mean, the bechamel sauce?
I don't know. Could try. I'm gonna reroll the rest.
Yep.
Rapid mixer. Get it. Clipboard stand? No. No. Simply not. What do we got here?
No.
No.
But actually, you know what?
Yeah, I think we're good.
More.
I kill for another.
Uh,
No.
Nah,
Dumb white is dumb.
Okay.
nah.
Could do one more.
One more.
Yeah.
one more.
Yeah.
Last one.
More napkins.
Prep station.
Prep station
We
and
could-
more
We
napkins.
Like
could
this
put
one
the
here.
prep station like out here for the tomatoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomato sauce, yeah.
Well, I could just. I don't know.
The
I feel like we have too many
tomatoes, the
counters at this point.
tomatoes.
Did you move the? Okay, cool.
You probably should put it over heroes.
There you go. Floor protector. Floor protector.
Yeah, let me also really quickly.
So you gotta come. Okay. Okay.
In case there's a big
Oh.
mess here. Just in case. Rapid.
Rapido.
I actually want to see if it'll add water for me. I'm actually curious. What?
We got mater sauce for days. Holy.
Nope, but
I
doesn't add
think
water
it's
to me.
by the way.
Ew.
No, I thought it would add water for me, but nope.
These two.
You can't
These
magically
two
make water.
hooligans.
No, you can't chop water with your hands.
Order something. Come on.
To be-
Okay. All right. Making changes. Is
Oh
shoot,
my
what am I
word.
doing?
It changed.
Making pancakes. Making bacon pancakes. You make some bacon, then you put it in a pancake. Make pancakes. That's what I want to make. Bacon pancake.
He changed literally the moment I set it down.
It's so classic, dude.
Damn.
Can you guys order already?
That's all I'm saying.
Today, please, today.
Can you set some napkins, Mr. Queer?
Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know? Pump it up. You got to
We need
pump it
another
up.
bechamel.
Yep, on the way. Perfect.
Do we have a racing car? Racing car?
So I was
Yep,
just zooming.
racing car, racing stripes.
There's a Honda Civic outside.
Yeah. Riced up to the out the wazoo.
Who wants their pasta hot?
You know, for being a romantic place, there sure is a lot of single diners.
Yeah.
Oh my word! What's going on? Why?
Noticing.
Oh God! You did not see that. You did not see that. You did not see that. You did not see that.
Bless
Bless you.
you.
Thank you, sorry.
You want the pasta.
Yeah. Yeah, show it to them. If you flaunt it in front of them, they're gonna order it. I know it. Watch. Hey, you see what I'm talking about? It's so easy. It's so easy. Gotta whip in the face.
That's a fully done one, by the way.
Mother, father.
Gabagoo. If you're fast enough, they can't order twice. They can't change their order.
Exactly.
What happened?
Nothing.
Oh, my screen is zooming in and out here.
The euphoria.
I saw him change it.
Oh, hell nah.
Come on, please.
Take it. Haha.
Let's see, what's this guy want?
He gonna change it, watch. He gonna change it for
Actually, I
sure.
want to see something. I want to see. Can I put this? Yes, thank you.
No.
I don't have to.
Nice.
I don't need to make sauce. Put it in.
No? Oh.
I'll do the dishwasher. I'll do the dishes.
Dishwasher.
Dishwasher. Manual dishwasher.
Potions
I have
allowed.
cheese sauce for the next day.
Oh, a dining table.
Bar table.
I don't
having
think we
drinks
need
now?
to like just was reroll.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Nah, we are on the second to last day.
Reroll.
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 Candle box. So romantic.
This is
It's as if we need more patience. Reroll.
this is all shit.
I.
This
Reroll.
is all shit.
Danger hob. Milk.
Xuvi, we could
Buffet.
do.
What the hell?
Let's
Buffet.
let's do it.
Okay.
Let's try it out. Never had
Okay.
it before.
Where the hell do we... Where do we put it?
Probably.
What?
I don't
No.
trust this. If we're on the
So
second
what?
to
Do I
last
just
day,
put
I'll
the
be
pot
honest.
here?
No,
I'll
no,
just
no,
put
no,
the
no.
pasta-
No. We put the finished dish there. So
Buffet.
Tai and Koyo is going to make the dish and put it there, and then someone will get it when they decide.
Yeah, I don't trust
see.
that shit.
Buffet.
We'll see. Okay, let me take the cheese sauce out.
Dig.
There you go. There you go.
Welcome! Okay. Cool.
Ready?
Nane? Nariok? Or pasta, sorry.
Wait,
It
what the
kinda
hell?
flew out of my hand.
What the fuck Joe doing all the way over there?
He was getting his own food. He was getting from the buffet.
Oh, buffet.
Buffet.
Oh,
Good.
in that case, I'll just put that there.
Wow, buffet.
Oh dear. I don't
I
have water.
can't
I
stop
don't have
this
water.
feeling.
Clean, yes.
Clean, clean, yes, yes.
Oh, that's not a romantic table. That would have been awkward.
I'm just gonna put it here.
Hooked on a feeling.
Burp. There you go.
You can't change it.
You cannot change. No change.
You can't change it, but time is now. Buffet. I stole it from the buffet table. He was going for it too. Oh my god. Oh my god, man.
Oh my
What a mess. What a mess.
God. Look at this guy.
Look at this photograph. Every time it makes me laugh.
What that does?
Do.
You know, it would be so cool if there were two, like, entrances to this place.
There you go. You want
Yeah,
cheese
but
sauce?
like
You
a
want
back
cheese sauce?
door, so we can, you know, with like the trash.
Yeah,
instead
there's
of,
just
like,
not...
having to
Exactly.
Bring it out the front door.
What's so appealing about entering a restaurant and there's a trash can right in front of it? Like, what? Be so for real!
We don't question.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. What the?
Wait.
Special meal.
A full commitment's what I'm thinking of.
Coming up.
Dig.
Coming up.
Who
On
said
the
that?
way. Fresh. Fresh from the pot. What the? Damn. Pin. I want to cry. I want to cry. I want to cry. And I'll... Thank you.
This guy didn't.
they changed their order and they're running to the buffet. They're like, ooh.
My bad. Oh,
What's up, B?
okay. I need to use my keyboard and mouse to. Yes.
What the hell?
I pressed my Windows key by accident with my share.
Ow!
With your chair?
Yeah, my chair, because you know my keyboard is a bit lower. My
Just like my XP.
my armrest can hit my keyboard when I what?
I was just making a dumb joke. When you said something is too low.
Quick sleep! Oh. This Xuvi guy's cheating.
Damn it! It's okay. Latte.
Another dishwasher?
Nah.
Dawn of the final day. A second dishwasher.
It's the final countdown.
I'm re-rolling.
No.
I'm re-rolling.
No.
No.
Candle
There's no more money,
box!
so. GG's.
Jeej.
GG's.
Jeej.
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 Can I work in the kitchen next time?
Okay.
Thank you.
What if I also want to work in the kitchen?
I haven't worked in the kitchen yet since we started playing again.
I think he's lying.
Okay.
I don't think so.
No, he hasn't. I thought about last week and he didn't.
Maybe we get something where we need 2 people in the kitchen.
What
Like
the freak am I
American
doing?
breakfast or something. American
There
brekkie.
you go.
Breakfast. Well, if there's any need for someone like later, the second in the kitchen, then I will join the kitchen regime.
Yeah. Yeah. There.
Woohoo!
Oh. Time has come. Oh.
Any bechamellers?
Marshmallow.
Marshmallows!
Marshmallows?
Marshmallow power!
Hey, can you take that one, add cheese? Yeah.
Teams!
Why are people willing to sit down at a
My word.
dirty table in a charming restaurant?
I don't know. Maybe
No
it's just that
complaints.
charming.
I mean, for me, it would be like, you know, fast ramen shop or something. But not like in a charming. It's fine, guys, I got the buffet.
Buffet.
Buffet. The buffet. That's safe in me.
Yippee. I look away. I'm like, yay, I made pasta. Then I look, I'm like, what?
What? I think a customer just teleported out.
How the hell? What the hell going on here?
The instant
We're gonna need another
transmission.
bechamel, like, right away.
No problem.
Fuck, I messed up. Sorry.
What?
Let's get it started. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started, huh? Oh, my eyes!
Sorry.
What
I
a
don't need more butter.
mess!
I need.
Oh
Excuse
no!
me, go away.
Oh Jesus! Oh my!
Oh,
We're gonna need a lot of
Could
cheems.
But there. You should probably like deal with that while I get more cheese. There's a completed one. Here, I got it.
Out of my way.
Hey, I was cleaning that.
Hide him up.
I'm not even talking to you anymore.
We don't talk anymore. Oh, so we don't talk anymore. Oh. Gotcha.
Oh my goodness. Tomatoes, tomatoes.
Oh my
Tomatoes.
word, oh my word.
Next week is the Phasmo patch, so we'll probably play that
Nice,
instead.
nice, nice, nice.
There's the summer event
A
is starting,
shulaba.
and there's gonna be a new ghost.
Ah, new one. What they naming this new one?
We don't know.
It was redacted.
Yeah.
They're like
Sequel.
the blank.
The
Crazy.
Duh.
well, GG's. I don't know. Whatever.
GG's.
We could pick whatever here.
GG's.
Time for a new restaurant.
Yay.
Let's get the
Yeah.
hell out of here.
I'm out of
Oh.
here.
Someone press B.
B for back.
B for cancel or circle for cancel.
Circle.
What we eat?
A sandwich? What, we're making the bread? Are you
Yeah.
serious? We're making
I
the
know.
bread?
Oh wait, we did sandwich last week.
Whoa.
Omeletto.
What the hell? Omelets? Well. Omelette du fromage.
Omelette du fromage.
Cook.
I got it. But how do I put it? Here we go. I put it over
Cook.
here.
You need to cook it.
Well, I mean, you're in the kitchen, so I'd rather stay here.
Is that Batman? No, I'm sure Quan.
Nice hair.
Ta-da!
Thank you. I grew it myself. This is my Sher Quan cosplay right here. Hey guys, it's me, Sher
Hi,
Quan.
Tractor. Hi, Tractor. Hi, Tractor.
This is my Gargura cosplay right here.
Gargura.
Gagur. Gorgor.
Are you stealing my identity? Oh no. Omelette choose you? Omelette choose you?
Die.
What? What do you mean?
Die.
He's dead.
Where is she?
Where is she?
My god, there's so much space here.
Booking.
Just make it awkward and just put them. Yo, man.
Yo, man.
It's
Yo,
me,
yo, yo, yo,
Sher
yo, I
Quan,
must
man.
serve the customers in
Hi,
the
Sherkan.
other end of the room.
How is it going?
Who's Joe?
Joking.
I mean, I just want them closer. I don't want them all the way on the top.
Yeah. We'll kill these right here.
Kill,
Wow,
kill, kill.
so
Oh
beautiful.
my word,
This place is giant.
very big. Soon that means we have more customers. Because the omelet chooses you, apparently.
Omelette your shoes. See, I see.
You need water? No, you don't. Okay.
No.
I like that every time we have something like this, half of the kitchen is just not used.
Alexei, hello.
Takoya,
Okay.
you need the damn plates going.
I'm sorry.
I would like 2 omelets with basil and tomato, please.
We only have spinach, no basil.
Oh my god, the
Just
order
spinach.
bar is so long.
Yeah, I think it's bugged because it's using the tagline.
Oh, it
It even
is.
says American breakfast omelet, and it's like that's not correct.
You gotta fold it. Thank you for your plate.
I don't have time
Thank you, chef.
to fold.
Chef don't got time. Chef don't got time to
Hold on, I'll
fold.
help you. I got you.
No time to fold, chef. Yes, chef.
Hold on, let me help you here.
Thank you.
That's when I did it to
Yes, chef.
There you go. There's over here.
Yes, chef.
Thank you for the help.
Yes, chef.
Good job.
Oh my goodness! The plate! Quick! Oh,
There
it's
you
not. What? Oh. Okay, no mess.
Damn, he was.
Not leaving. Not leaving. Okay, done. Bye. You can go.
Stop.
No problem. The omelet choose
No,
you.
Greg! You
No.
can't! Greg, no!
The omelet.
Greg! No! Damn, kind of decent money, huh?
Yeah. Do you guys want to take the tomato and spinach out, maybe?
You're really scaring me with these requests. I'm just kidding. Yeah, we can.
Kind of would like an oven.
Sure.
I should grab
I
these,
know
right?
we have no money.
Save it.
Plate.
Don't we, sir?
Oh, how do we
Do
save
you
this?
remember how
Can't now.
expensive? Well,
Well,
W-
get rid of the oven then.
But I feel like he needs more help in the kitchen than we do with plates.
So you're
I mean,
saying
I
we
guess,
like-
you know what? I'll just join the kitchen resume.
I serve.
Oh wait, do you want to work? If you want to work in the kitchen, that's fine.
No, I had my turn. Your turn. Your turn. Your turn. Your turn. I just offered to help. Tap,
I
tap,
kind
tap,
of
tap.
feel like you might to do that outside, actually, Goyo.
Outside?
Yeah, because, you know, the spinach and the thing. I mean, you can... Or you have to be on my side, because I'm going to lay the omelets here, so you
Yeah,
want
you
to
put-
have access to there. Because otherwise we need to pick them up again and put them here again.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. Well, I guess we can just.
Yeah, we can just be here together.
Okay.
Bok, bok, hot dog for me?
Huh?
There was a dog barking in my big one.
Whoa.
Xuvi. Hello. Hello. La 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 la. Yo.
Lolo.
La 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 la. You got a fold? Whoa, use the plate, bro. That's a plate. Coming. There you go. Whoa, the audacity. The audacity.
Very efficient.
I think we're too fast now, man. Too
Is
fast,
it
too
late?
furious, Mr. Xuvi.
Yeah, well, we will need to have the speed for later on.
You're right.
Oven would have been nice,
Whoa,
man.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah. The oven, yeah.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Clean plate there. Thank you. Don't mind that plate, don't mind that plate,
Do
don't
we
mind that
even need
plate.
more?
No, we're done. Come help outside.
Here you go, there
I'm
you go.
holding them all.
Oh, do we need more? Anyone coming? Yep. This stuff
I'm not-
doesn't need anymore.
Give me those plates.
Damn, that guy is clean again. Second day in a row, he's the last one that's clean.
Clean, clean, yes, yes.
Clean, yes.
Wait, is it past 3 p.m.? It is.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I'm considering buying the the Cyberpunk Apex stuff.
Oh, is it out now?
Yes.
Ah, look, plates. Haha. Guess we didn't have to save plates.
Wow. Here, put Hob.
Nah, hop does only go into danger or slow hop.
Are you scared?
$30 for
Danger
each.
Hob?
Good God.
Could reroll,
I go-
Xuvi, if you want. Just have them buy the
people want
plates.
the plates. I probably want to have a thing for them.
Dishwasher, dishwasher, dishwasher.
What the fuck, man?
Yo, man.
Oh man.
Hey!
I only need one counter here.
Okay.
What are we counting?
I don't know.
Counter
Counting,
arguments.
count.
It's the final countdown.
Lagging.
Oh no. That one's gonna become toast. We need the spinach. Spinach!
Yes, yes, yes.
Here you go,
Yes!
Ty. Behind you.
Oh!
I'll come with the other one. There. Get me out of here. Wait, let me fold, There,
You can
folding.
fold with
Done.
a plate in your hand.
I'll fold. I'm folding.
Oh,
Gambit.
poker.
Yeah, I'm Gambit, I never fold.
Hell yeah.
Oh god, I have a One Piece theme song. So, don't mind the plate, don't mind the plate. Finally done.
Ah, we did upgrade.
Quickly!
Another one.
Hey, look at that.
My dishes! Sir. Get Ooh,
Did we get that?
not good.
No. Yes.
Takumi.
Alright,
Add
like,
quiche as a main. Players walk slowly when. Alright, whatever. Just add the quiche, man.
It's Takumi.
Just add the
Ocean
quiche.
Man.
Well, shouldn't my. Actually, the dash might kill the whole, like, player walk slowly thing. But we could just do quiche.
Taku because
Knead flour or add water to
Taku, now we
create
get
dough, then knead into
takunaya.
pie crust.
know.
Cook the pie crust once, then add cracked or mixed eggs.
Hi Taku and Zwayu. How are you guys?
I guess you're making quiche, Koyo.
Okay.
Hello, Zwayu.
Oh,
We're gonna
look,
need
at
another-
that. Don't you need that?
Need what?
Wait, do you need to? You need flour. Maybe you should get a rolling pin.
Yeah, it's for Zwayu.
Oh.
But
You need water, Koyo?
Yeah.
How you guys doing? You want to visit? You want to visit?
Anyone can visit using exclamation mark visit. I wish there was like a little thing that showed somewhere in the game.
Probably put
Taco
the stuff closer,
underscore
so
nerd.
we don't need to go 10 kilometers.
What can we do with Minty?
You guys want more dining table?
Ty, would you like more tables?
You could do another. Why not?
Yeah. Give more space for the people.
I do need to.
Yeah.
I have to cook as well, Mr. Xuvi.
You want the hob here?
Ah.
There's a hob.
I think we'll just wait, and then when we get an oven, we'll give it to Xuvi, and I'll just use a hob. And then I'll still do these as well while it cooks.
Ah, okay.
Well, what's in the thing? A counter? Would you rather have the hob? And,
No. We need an oven. It doesn't upgrade.
Yeah, hub upgrading never upgrade hub. That's
Yeah.
never good.
I don't know why it doesn't upgrade into an oven. It's very odd, but
Yeah, it just upgrades into a danger hub and a slow safety hub.
Tomato.
oh,
There you
that's
go, Ty.
quiche. They want the quiche. Wait, wait. Cook, then add cracked or mixed egg. Okay.
Zombie? What did zombie do? Oh no, we need a quiche.
This is very odd.
There you go. We need three quiches.
Oh
They
god.
want quiche.
Oh god. Oh.
I'm gonna give only to Mr. Koyo because he's only one. Hey, sir, Mr. Koyo, sir. Guys, we don't need omelets. We kind of need quiche more. Oh, wait. Give me that one. Oh my word.
Okay, you can deliver. Oh wait,
We
do you
should go.
still need another?
Oh shit. Yeah, we need two.
Okay.
Need one more. 32. We can do it, I believe. I need another dish. Here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna keep making them, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I will take care of the omelets. Where did the omelet is a very nice lid.
We need more quiche.
Bruh.
They love your quiche. What to do, bro? Sorry. Pardon
Quiche.
me. I'm in your kitchen.
No problem.
There's an
We're
omelet
gonna
for you.
split this kitchen. I'm gonna go up. Because you also need egg, huh?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'm gonna be on the upper side.
Now you can put an eggs in the middle.
True.
Am I me?
Oh, you done? We're done. Clean.
Clink again.
Oh my God.
They love the quiche so much. What to do?
What a
Yay,
mess.
we clean.
A mess, yeah.
Remember the cure game? Yes, I do remember. When are we gonna play, Zwayu?
Oh,
Oh, what's oh?
I didn't. I
prep
couldn't see it
station?
just pop up. Workstation, yes. Do you need another counter, man?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so you want to go away for me?
No, I mean it's fine. It's all good. You
all
could
good, man.
put Saul Goodman. You guys
You
can
got
reroll
anything
the
in
remaining 4.
research? Okay. So you want to reroll?
Sure.
Okay, reroll.
Prep station could be really good for the breakfast.
We can have omelet for the next day. Omelette.
Let's save money for tomorrow is...
Well, give it to... Oh,
Oh, can we?
You think you can do a full... I thought I probably put spinach or something in there. I don't know if you can put like the full omelets in there.
let's
think
do
you
a
can.
quick practice. Because I'm
Okay.
not sure either, actually.
Go ahead. Do, 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 do. Quiche too. Would I like some quiche?
What about folded? Okay, but you have to
Oh,
fold
nice.
it.
Okay.
Okay. We're good. Just a test.
Good, good.
You would have to fold it,
I
so that's the part that
like
sucks, but...
to have it here instead. Oh wait, is that
Something we should
where you
put
put
in the
quiche?
thingy.
well, here, I could do this. I would be locking myself out, though, a little bit. But... it's fine. Unless you guys... do you need this sink?
If the dishwasher is full, yes, we would need it.
I guess I could
Would
just...
you need it, Mr. Koyo?
I do need it, but we could do like that.
Yeah, just.
Oh, not like
I
that.
have access.
Yeah. Because I only need it for...
Yay.
yeah.
Did we want to put something in the upgrader thingy or whatever?
I don't
Not
think
none of
can
this stuff.
upgrading of this stuff.
Well, do you want to re-roll them? Or
No, we
Reroll?
save money, save money. Tomorrow is we get the
Right.
upgrade.
Yeah.
Banana. Banana, 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 banana.
Now we save up for day 5.
Hi.
Oh, I'm making my mess on clear side.
Ah! Xuvi!
quiche?
Oh my god, man!
Fold. Ah, yeah. Would like an omelet, please?
Why did I get flour? Did you try to put something onto my hop?
That's right, I did.
Why?
Yep.
It's just a little cramp? Prank?
Cram.
Fuck. The workstation is just fast with my legs.
Huh?
Well, I guess we don't need this anymore.
I forgot how to English.
Hold on, I'm coming, Ty. Behind you. There you go. Sure, take it. Take it. Zwinger Xuvi! I'm behind you. Bird, I might. Whoa. Put in. Fold. Folda. Lightning matters. Hi, lightning matters. Oh, get out of my way. I'm heading to the bin. My what?
Wait, is that... do I not have to cook?
Get.
No.
Wait.
Wait, then you can have another hop, Kuyo.
Wait, why?
Okay, I don't need to cook them.
No, I can grab it in time.
I can just give them the roik. Because of the...
Oh, the workstation. That's right. I keep forgetting that it just does that. Formal. Focus on high standards and expect the same from your customers. It's just business after all, or charming again. Decreases mess, bonus patience when delivering food, and table creates no mess. I think I already know which one's better.
Yippee! What? Campaigning! That's a
Thank you, Mr.
campaigning.
Xuvi. Thank you kindly.
Oh, that's
That looks
nice.
good, Ty. That looks really good.
Let me move all this nonsense over here.
Do you
So
want
we
a
can-
campaigning, Ty?
Yeah, you should get
That's
a campaign
expensive.
thing for sure. Very
Yes.
important.
Where are we putting?
Does it need to be like near the debt of things, or just like in general?
Anywhere in the room.
That's the whole room.
Ew, ew! I don't like this one.
I don't know if we have a. I think you're stuck with it.
What do you mean what's wrong with it?
The orange is off-putting.
I guess it's fair, yeah. I could see that.
Kind of looks like feathers.
Okay, you placed the painting.
You should get
Yeah, that's a painting.
probably the
Okay,
lamps.
2 for 30, and we put 1 in the saver.
Yeah, 2 for 30. 2 for 30.
We're gonna put this one like right here,
Fancy.
and then
Fancy,
let's see.
fancy.
the vase can go in the corner.
We had 4 paintings. Great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, we have enough money. Just.
We're
You
making
can
a
put it wherever you
lighting.
want.
That looks so off-putting because it's just
Yeah, just
no.
levitating in the air.
Don't say that, man. Alright. Is there a
Hey!
point on saving the ceiling light? Don't think
How
so,
much is
right?
the ceiling light?
40.
No, because it's 40. Nah.
Oh,
Like how this is a formal
the-
dining restaurant, and I just got my cheeks out.
yep.
It's that kind of formal.
It's fan service. It's fan service. We'd like a quiche, please. There's an omelette. I'm coming with the omelette. I'm coming with the omelette.
Wait, I don't
Ooh,
need
it's a-
I don't need the sink. I mean, I
Sorry,
guess
Joe,
it's
sorry,
faster,
Joe.
but
Hand it, hand it. I'm coming with the next one.
Damn, these guys are
Perfect.
eating the omelets first.
ah,
I
ah,
need to get another workstation for you,
help, help me,
Kuyo. Need another.
You're kind of
workstation,
barred in, bro.
guys.
help. I'm not cleaning
My
it.
word. So
Oh.
messy, so messy.
I need wellies.
Oh, okay.
Oh, oh.
I'm behind you.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my goodness.
Jason Bourne.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God, it got worse. Clean, clean. Yes, yes. Come on, let me roll pin it.
Can clean it before it's closing time.
Oh.
My, messy, 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 messy.
Sweet gabagool.
Oh, we're done, we're done.
I can't. It's not a quiche. Clean, clean, yes, yes, clean, yes, yes. At least we get one quiche.
Yay.
Job's done.
Job's done. Money.
Let
Broccoli?
the money. What, just plain broccoli?
I get broccoli in the omelet, but like as
Just
a
on the side?
side is kind of
Unsalted.
insane.
Completely
They're just
unsalted,
chewing on
just wet broccoli, boiled. That's incredible. Customer patience is kind of important. It's the problem. Well, hold on. Bonus patience when delivering food. Nah, because it's just the one. All right.
We're broccoli.
Do you want to do the broccoli?
Oh, you have to hops, man.
Yeah.
You need pots.
Napkins.
I will broccoli.
Should I grab napkins?
Yeah.
I mean, you could for now. At the end, they won't make any mess anymore because of our upgrades. But
Yeah,
it's
it's
just 5,
temporary.
so just get it, man. Oh, the map could be nice for Koyo. In Koyo's space. Because Koyo has a lot of mess.
Help me.
We'll put the napkins out before service. What did I grab? What you got on the research table?
A counter so Koyo can get a
Prep station?
workstation.
Alright.
A workstation so he can cook the quiche with his hands.
Yes, he makes quiche like magic.
Actually, I'm not sure if that's possible because it's a different recipe. I would say. Who is it? It's Rose.
Me. We can put 2 per table? Alright.
But no. They won't sit down if you do 2. Adjust
that's
the
what I
table
do.
slot. Just 1 per table.
Broccoli,
Either side of
broccoli
broccoli.
side and omelet.
Broccoli side. Broccoli side.
Any broccoli havers?
Yeah. I forgot all about the broccoli already. Oh god, it's so slow, man.
I think it does more than 1
I
portion
hope it's
instead,
more.
apparently.
I hope so.
Broccoli.
Let's see
but
the
we have to
water.
drain it? No.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Oh,
that's
thank
it.
God,
Yeah, you
Just
can do
sit
more
in
than
the water.
Keep it nice and soaked, you know.
But I can't take it out. What the hell?
Fresh
you like it.
broccoli.
It does not like me.
Wait, is it just
It doesn't like
infinite?
me. Sorry, Xuvi. I'm
know.
gonna have to just take your spot for a moment.
This one.
I'm very sorry.
What do you want?
You choose.
Shirkwan.
What do you choose? What do you choose? Quiche. Thank you.
Oh god.
Thank you, Shirkwan. You're a pal now.
Catch him.
Hold on, before you eat, here's a napkin. Oh, yeah. Speaking of Sully. Baro.
Hey man.
What was a good investment, man? Amen.
Yeah, mop is great. It's a lifesaver in here.
Yeah.
So it looks like the broccoli is infinite
That's good.
because
That's
we've
very
done
good.
we've done 4 already.
Yeah, it doesn't look
Yeah.
less inside. It looks like it's just one very big broccoli.
I saw it said multiple portions. Oh, them not messing is the best thing in the world. Desuru-chan! Desuru! Omeletto!
What are you, man? Here you go.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man.
Nom.
Hey, we have quiche for the next day. Yippee!
What
Chippy
we
yay!
got? We got a freezer. I don't know.
I mean, freezer could be pretty good for the
Freezer
for the broccoli.
Broccoli freezer.
Oh.
Infinite
Oh,
broccoli.
broccoli!
I'm just gonna take the broccoli I made it from the previous.
That would be funny. Yeah, broccoli.
that was what, like a 30-second cook time? That's kind of
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Here you go, man. How you
Frozen
looking at
broccoli.
frozen broccoli. Thanks for the hydrate.
Yeah,
Everyone should
okay.
hydrate.
Yeah.
True. All my
Hydrator?
fellas.
Hydrator?
Oh my fellas.
Oh, my fella. Oh. So.
All my fellas.
Dun,
All my
dun,
fellas.
dun.
What happened to the quiche, by the way? I know you made more quiche. What happened to it?
It doesn't carry over.
Yeah.
Aww.
This is not a frozen prep station. It's just a prep station. There's frozen prep stations though.
One
I'd like a quiche, please. Kids, where? There you go. So they don't mess. Murmur. Thank you. Nope. I make calls.
What?
I make calls.
She's calling. She's calling.
Calling.
I'm called. Somebody
Oh,
call
to your
me.
mom.
Whoa.
She's coming tomorrow.
Whoa. Whoa.
Quiche, quiche, quiche. Quiche, quiche.
Quiche.
Two
The one
quiches.
time we set up the broccoli with like the infinite funny.
They
none of
knew,
them
dude.
Ordered broccoli.
They just knew. They're like, oh, look at what these guys are
Please,
doing.
please, let me get a plate.
How do we even get it out? Like it's frozen broccoli in the freezer in the water. Should be frozen solid.
Served fresh in our fine establishment.
Quiche. Oh, I
Man.
want quiche.
I feel like the quiche is more popular than the.
Yeah, but I never have to cook the
Omelette.
broccoli ever again. Oh, I see.
Oh, you're not
Maybe.
eating without a napkin.
Shakana to napkin, please. Thank you.
Yep. Traquan. Traquan. What? You want the broccoli? A single?
Wow.
Here, I'll.
Oh god, that's disgusting.
I'm leaving. No, you don't leave. You don't leave. You don't not leave. No.
I'ma let
Did
you
have a
choose.
napkin? I mean, did Zwei have
Nope.
a napkin? No,
No,
there's
there's
dirt
a-
on the floor.
I'll clean, I clean, I clean, I clean, I clean, I clean, I clean. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
$1 of broccoli. It was sure
Just
Quan.
Ooh! I don't need it.
I respect it. Ooh, I don't need it anymore. Just another freezer.
Yo, what if I just freeze more broccoli? Wouldn't even make sense.
There's no point.
Yeah, no, it's literally not. Wouldn't make
Other
any sense.
piece,
I
the
will
quiche.
reset it again.
You want me to reroll?
Hey, what you
We
got in
could
there, man?
save up in 2 days. We get a freezer. In 2 days we get like the upgrade thing, and then we could do no messes at all.
Yeah.
Y-
Do you
But we
want me
can
to reroll?
reroll. Wow, reroll once.
Yeah. Yeah.
Flower pot. Ooh.
Another freezer.
Ah,
Another
Oh,
freaking
I
freezer.
thought the flower
Sh-
pots
the
were,
cutlery
like,
could be good for you.
decorations.
we got the cutlery. Yeah, it's cheap. It's cheap.
Cheap, cheap.
Hungry
I'll put it up
man.
here.
Hey man, no worries. We're
Let's
gonna make you some
suggest-
food. Just don't order the
They have
broccoli.
been eating all this with their hands.
Yeah.
The,
You know, you think
the
about it, it's...
omelet and the quiche and the broccoli.
You know what I'm buying this?
I don't even want to think about the broccoli.
It's not cutting corners. It's making the most out of food.
Just don't order the broccoli. Is that safe? I don't... yeah. Yeah. It's
Actually,
frozen.
you, I think.
Omelette choose you.
The infinite broccoli glitch. The broccoli industry hates him for it.
That's what they get for having me have to do more work when the quiches take forever and my
The
kitchen's
flour.
a mess.
Have a flower, Maple. What? He's gone. Oh, he ate the flour. He's gone. You don't want no omelets anymore.
What the hell happens if I cook this? I'm just so curious. Does
Oh,
it
wait,
become
like
bread?
them
Flagging?
spinach. Don't lag, don't lag.
It's taking way too long.
Hesuru! Hesuru-chan! Sorry, let it play. Sorry, buddy. Broccoli,
Wants a
broccoli.
side of broccoli.
Our freshest broccoli.
Sorry, Molly.
Still hungry. You can only visit once.
Like an omeletto. Omeletto.
Uncle Johan.
Hi.
Hello.
Broccoli and double omelet.
Rock Lee.
Rock Lee.
Rock Lee.
Wow.
Can you grab one of them? Yeah. Just eat.
Oh my god, the box is so big.
I'm
Broccoli's gone. The broccoli's actually gone.
What?
Oh no!
No. What? Hold on, I don't have space. Sweet baby Jesus. They took the broccoli.
Marty. So, how many boxes is this? Like 20?
I mean, it was quite a lot.
Yeah, it was double.
And you have to free the table.
Sorry. Damn. We got broccolied.
Well.
We got dirty dished.
You only revisit if I have to reboot the game. Otherwise, you're good. Cakes.
Highly unfortunate.
Yeah, go on in. What are you doing next?
Cakes.
Breakfast? Is it breakfast? Cakes? Ooh, I love cakes. Ooh, I love cakes.
The cake is a lie. I got no food, sorry. Heated mixer. Taking this. Yes, we did. So you might have to revisit.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
I got the name.
Order by
Cake
flavor.
monkey.
Serve them any flavor of the correct flavor. Make cake batter and add flavoring. Put mixture into a cookie tray and cook. Flour, sugar, cracked eggs in a mixing bowl. Okay.
I think we already have chocolate currently. Where am I?
I'm
Lost
here.
in life.
What do you think about this name for the restaurant?
Taking a whisk.
Good, pretty
I
good,
don't get
man.
it.
Pretty good.
Taking a whisk. Taking a pee, Juby.
What is this?
Everyone's locked
Okay,
out.
Oh, I see.
Wait, what is that? Oh, the cookie tray?
It's the cookie tray.
What? What are you...
Oh,
what-
no.
Do we just not give them plates? Do they just eat it off like with their hands?
Yep.
This is
That's
barbaric.
disgusting.
Yep.
Okay,
What to do?
you need the sugar and you need the cookie plates. I mean the cookie tray.
Everyone revisit. You gotta revisit.
This is... Okay.
Okay.
Well, Rose, do you want the kitchen? I didn't...
You can cook. You can bake. Bake. Bake.
Ty?
No, not this recipe. Fuck that.
Okay. Alright.
Bake.
Very well.
Why do you have sausage in the mixer?
I don't... What the hell is that?
That's
It's
not
the-
coil?
Oh, it's the heating
That's
oil.
not coil.
Oh, yeah.
It's the
Alright.
testing. There's a
Okay.
green. It's a green. It's a Xuvi. It's a Xuvi. It's a Xuvi.
I'm on. We're missing a tie.
I was
Missing
putting
a
them
tie.
together.
Now we're
We're
missing
missing
a
a Koyo.
Koyo.
Sorry, I'm just looking at it again. There's so much that I have to remember.
I think they just order cookies. Like,
Oh, wait.
So what you're saying is I should just rapid fire this all.
Sugar, flour, cracked egg. Okay.
let's see. What do we want?
Oh god. Okay.
Currently, I want. Hello. How are you? What would you like? You would like some
Chocolate cake.
chocolate.
Oh, the cookie tray. The cookie tray. That's
Oh right.
Don't you take my
Or not.
hand and take a life.
What? What?
Oh my god.
Okay. Mix
You
flour.
need to make
so
the, you need
mixing
to make
bowl.
the cake first.
Oh wait, we need to add flour again.
No.
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 Guys,
Wait, to cook in mixing bowl. Did that, yeah. Make cake better and add flavoring. Flavoring, not flooring. My bad. Okay, we need to cook. We need
chocolate?
to melt chocolate.
Okay. Okay.
you gotta bake
And
it.
now cook it.
That's
This
the-
is
that's Xuvi.
okay.
That's not the cake. That's cookies.
Yeah,
Two-star
cookies are
recipe.
cakes.
Two-star difficulty, by the way.
Dude.
We only have one cookie tray.
Oh my god. I'm gonna speed run the next.
Confused
Steps.
at this moment.
I feel so stupid. They're already waiting outside.
Man,
Does
what to do, man?
What?
Take them. That's it.
It's paused.
Go feed them.
Oh my god.
That wasn't
Okay.
that wasn't right though.
No, that was right. That's our cakes.
Okay. Try again. I understand the premise.
Ready.
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 It was a bigger whisk than we thought.
Get it? Because
Hey, do you put... What did you do there, Koyo? You have to do it in a mixing bowl.
I think people need to slash visit or the exclamation visit again. Because
What are you doing, bro?
maybe
No, look. What?
You can't pre-mix it, I think.
What's the point?
You have to
Okay.
do it in a mixing bowl from the
Okay.
start. Otherwise you get something else.
Well, you could do the flour and this stuff and then put it in the mixing bowl, but the egg you have to.
I am highly confused.
This is crazy. Oh,
Eat
okay.
the whole
Oh,
tray.
okay. This is so stupid and
Can
weird.
you take
But
that one off, please? Take that one off. Thank you. Okay, do you have the mixture ready? Yes.
what is this? Oh
I think people need to revisit again because we restarted the day and they're not.
no,
Yeah.
that should be fine.
Yeah.
Oh wait, what? Did the thing
The entire-
crash?
I don't know.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep.
It says 19 people queued in total.
But literally
That's,
no one's showing up.
Yeah.
I need help. Tai. I just dropped this here.
Koyo,
Sorry, I'm just gonna
you
read.
put a...
What?
Did you put a cooked egg in there?
No,
I think there was okay.
there was one that was just I did it wrong, but yeah, I don't know why. I think it's
cakes,
because their name is overwritten by the cookie thing. I'm just gonna reboot it really quick. It takes 2 seconds. Where the hell is it?
You want the research desk? Oh wait, no, we can't afford it.
Cakes.
A lot of work
Keep-
and no real pay.
Yeah. We got 6 like for normal spaghetti. We get like I don't know, like 2 for cake. To be fair, we make them in cookie form.
Okay, everyone can revisit now and try, but it could just be overwritten by cookies
Cookie and
for
cream.
some reason. Okay. Okay. I'm ready. This one sucks a little bit, not gonna lie.
I should have bought an extra dining table. Oh, you're a psychopath, Rose.
Calling the people.
That's-
What's
We're
calling
so
the
dead.
people? You can do it, I believe. Don't stress. You can do it. Remember, a chain makes a lot.
Oh yeah, okay,
It's
go
my
shot
right.
again.
Go serve. Oi, 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 oi,
Oh god,
oi.
clear
Here,
up the
you can
tables,
take your
clear the
tray back.
tables.
They're coming, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming.
The sugar, I think, is in a...
We only offer one thing. Just order it.
They need to think about
Okay,
it for
go,
a
go, go.
moment, man.
Yeah, do they really want it? Maybe they'll leave.
No leaving. I got the door.
Oh, we're
You're
done.
hungry, so you're coming to a cake restaurant.
Yeah, they got the munchies.
You're gonna have to run me
Don't you
down
know
the
they got the
logic here.
Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope.
Trash. Trash.
10 stars. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Speedy Gonzalez.
I think what we actually need is another
Dining
baking
table.
tray. What?
Another dining table. Because they're
Another
s-
cookie
they're stuck
tray.
outside
Yeah, I mean
suffering.
that too, yeah, but another cookie tray would double our efficiency.
That is also true. No plates. What do you need? You don't need plates.
Eat with your hands. You
Yeah, eat with your hands.
Lovely hands. Who needs plates?
Wow, table for 0.
Wow.
Table for nobody is reserved.
The game is called PlateUp. Yeah, well, this is cakes, all right? This is taking whisks, and you're also
Yeah.
taking a whisk by eating it without a plate.
When I go to a restaurant and eat cakes, they always just serve it on a table.
I'm
Exactly.
so happy about
God
that
damn it.
game. It's so fucking stupid.
Chocolate?
We need to melt the chocolate.
You think if I stare at them, the timer will go up?
I'm just throwing this out. It's not gonna work.
Let's go down. They're getting nervous.
Cookie. I'm digging.
No, you.
Whoa, guys,
Oh
don't.
my god, that is the biggest mess I've ever
I
seen
want
with
the
cake.
plate. I'll give you my hand. Is that perfect for you? Would you like my hand? That's a plate.
Cake.
I teleported.
More hours till the night is one.
Cake.
Sure, I'll eat your hand. You eat my hand? I didn't say eat my hand. I think just
Ring the
pretend
phone.
my hand is a plate.
Ring the
Ring
Phone,
the
phone.
ring,
phone.
ring.
Ring the phone.
phone.
Ring, 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 ring.
I think we
I
got
ring
it.
the phone.
Okay, clear. Trash. Koyo.
Where's the trash? Where's the trash? Ooh!
It's
This
down
place
here.
is dirty. Ew. Ew. Go tight. Go tight.
Very good, very good.
Wait. Not your. Adia. Wait.
Shocky for
Out
you,
your
man.
hand. Not eat your hand. Yes.
Shocky milk.
Okay, that's good.
This is
You had a mini
earn
plate this time.
25% less money.
Punch
Sponge
cake.
cake.
What, we make nothing?
Wait, 6 cake portions. Wow.
Do we get another tray for that?
Don't know. No, it looks like no. Oh, yeah, maybe.
Into a
I saw
cake tin.
small plate and
Cake
locked.
tin is new.
My
Oh,
complaint
boy.
worked. 5
Now we-
stars now.
Oh my.
That's our cake.
Finally, some cake.
Uh,
Nom, nom.
we don't need to help. Oh wait,
Do you
no,
want a
we do.
research
So,
desk?
I mean-
what do we even want for upgrades?
Dishwasher? No, wait, we don't have dishes. Never mind.
Microwave, I guess. Yeah, do it in case we get an oven.
Okay, well, this is like all of our money.
I
It's
want
like,
And
sponge cake.
get another dining table.
Oh my
What
god.
sponge cake? Like,
What the hell?
what type of cake you like? Like a Victorian sponge cake?
Red velvet,
Red velvet?
ice cream.
Mm.
Joe what? No, Johan, what is
Do
this
we need to
emote?
sync with her? No, right?
No, not really. Unless we have to, like... No.
Wet the dough, baby. I don't think so.
We do these to the end because we only need to get them, you know.
Just because we cooked that closer.
Mevu? Mevu? Mevu! Hi, Mevu!
Blah blah blah.
Mevu, Mevu, you want to visit our restaurant? You have some cookies and cake made by Xuvi and Mr. Koyo. Thanks, Xuvi. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who
Ready
got
up
the
pizza.
cake and whose hand am I eating cake out of? You have to choose between Ty or me. You have to choose between Ty and I. Hello, Mr. Koyo. Hello, hello.
Greetings!
Hello, the lion. Hello, Maple Wolf. Here, I'll give you my handout. There, eat. Eat our
That's the
cookie.
first time I'm lagging, goddamn.
Too late.
Okay, you know how to, I mean, are you making sponge cake?
No. Am I supposed to make sponge cake?
So
one of
far,
us.
no. So far, no.
Cake batter and milk. Put into, okay, yeah, I got it. I will make it.
I
You
have-
make the cookies, Goyo.
Okay.
And
Very well. Cookies. Cookies.
whoa, guys.
The,
Whoa,
the
whoa,
tin
whoa.
is back, by the way.
Thank you.
Bubba.
Cookies.
We need another
It's
Cookies.
chocolate.
Cookies.
cookies. Wait, I didn't.
That's not
Those are not
cooked.
I didn't cook 'em.
They're gonna give them raw cookie though. They could eat that actually,
Yeah.
but
True.
not in this game.
It's not good for stomach because they're raw egg.
True.
Man, you know, you would think this tray is hot, but
Nah, it's baking. It's bacon.
I like how it
We'll
doesn't
have
even
to
look
make another
cooked.
tray, by the way.
Yep.
You'll have to make another one
fix
soon.
the mess up here. Do it in oven for it's faster.
My.
Yeah.
It's raw.
We can't fix the mess up here.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah, it's Jova.
No one wants my sponge cake?
Nope. It's too spongy.
Sad.
My. I'm going down. I'm going down.
Man, why don't we make this sponge cake?
I don't know.
Wait, there's mess on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't get the...
We'll
Oh my
we'll
God,
figure it out.
You guys are throwing.
Listen. We're broke.
Ordering terminal. 30% less patience. Oh damn.
No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Lol. Lol, 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 lol. You guys need another tray. Truly.
Yeah, we do.
Do you want what you said? Hob bad upgrade. Do we want me to put a counter in the upgrade?
I don't really use... We could get from for a prep station, maybe.
Oh, I
Okay.
heard the
Good.
song from Bleach. Oh, I love it.
It upgraded to a freezer. That's doable
That's
for
good.
sponge cake.
You said
This thing's on. What the hell?
Yeah, just leave it on. Doors open, leave it on. It's a nice heater.
Right.
We will only
Hello?
need cakes.
What? Oh, the tray.
What? Dude, cooking cake batter in the...
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe this
it's fine.
bowl is fine.
Yeah. That's fine, that's fine.
You would think so, but
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy.
Hello.
Here's your
Whoa, Jimmy.
thanks.
I need a mop. I need a mop.
because we need more.
Oh, level.
I don't even know if the sponge cake is ready for this over.
I'm calling. I'm calling the people. Rose, can I get my cookie on that hand plate thing this time? Yes, I'll give you my hand.
Well, we're not
Give me my
selling
hand.
cookies. There's no cookies.
But these are cookies. These are kind of
We
cookies.
need another
Okay,
No,
order.
look at the order. It's chocolate cake.
okay. It's okay.
Give it
I
to
give you
the
a
one.
hand chocolate. I give you a hand chocolate cake.
Okay, I think I need to use the oven for the... Because this took so long. If there's someone wanted it, we would have lost.
Wait, what?
He's focused.
Sorry.
You need to make more cookies.
You gotta put it in the tray,
The
my
damn
good sir.
tray! I hate this.
I need to make the sponge cake in the oven, because
That's
otherwise it
fine.
takes so long. If someone wants it, we have lost.
Yeah,
I don't know why
if
this
someone
sponge cake
wants
takes
it.
forever. If someone wants one, yeah. We would have lost if someone wanted it today.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's okay. We just look up at the menu at the top. No leaving. No leaving. You cannot leave. You
We
cannot
need
leave.
more ovens, Xuvi. This is so bad.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. That is bad.
Yippee.
No hand
Rose
plates.
used to give me that hand
Exclusive. Go.
plate.
More money, more
Guys, the one
problems.
that keeps feeding
But
me.
we don't get enough
Next
money
time.
to buy those
Next
statues.
You're
Next
right.
time.
Oh
Next
god.
time, Mabel. Next time.
Going that we get
I'll serve you a fresh brass on the house.
you can get a one statue and save one statue.
Well, buy one statue, get one free.
And then we
What's
get
it?
more money.
Oh, yeah,
More money. Oh, blue. This is so relaxing.
Dookie Brown. That's what you
Dude.
get.
It honestly, it's so fitting to all the cookies.
Yep. Woo.
We don't make cookies, it's cake, man.
My bad.
This matches.
Cake.
I like the
Being
I
a
like the black
licking
more,
good.
but Do you want freezer or
We would like. I think a freezer would actually do
no.
them well,
I
especially.
don't have money.
We can't
No.
afford anything.
then
Oh,
what's
we
the-
are
oh,
broke,
we're
bruh.
saving a statue.
Yeah,
Yep.
so we can get more money.
Yeah, we need more money from this.
More
Invest
money, more
to get
problems.
More money.
Invest more money. Invest more money. Right. Mixing. Maple Park. We would like some chocolate cake.
These might take a minute.
It'll take a minute, guys.
Maybe more than a minute. Maybe like 3 minutes. Maybe 4. Maybe 5 minutes.
You're the cake. Thank you.
Quiche is ready. Quiche, I mean. Quiche.
Wait, are
Cake
these
is
cooked?
ready.
No, I don't know.
Sponge cake.
Try?
Cook.
Cook.
Nope. They're not.
No,
Oh, die
they're
Küche
not
da.
cooked.
In the oven. You took some hot too early. That's funny.
No shit.
There's so many people.
Wait, what?
I
Wait, what?
think
What?
Rose, you left the game and came in with the keyboard. Did you tap out or something?
No, I'm still rolling.
Oh, Rose?
don't
Oh, okay. I think Rose is lagging around for me. Oh, I'm lagging? No. Everyone else is fine for
Nope.
me. It was fine
Hold
on
on,
your
I can't
end.
do-
Rose is
Wait, I
teleporting
can't
around.
do anything. Oh dear.
Yeah, you're...
I can't do anything. Remove inputs. Hold on, I'm confused. I can't do anything. Meow. Nanda yokare.
Time
That's
ran
okay.
out.
Damn it.
How late is it?
Anyway.
It is
We should
about that time.
Probably.
Yeah.
Damn, cake was hard. Not a lot of money for a lot of work.
Yeah, it was not worth it. It's not worth it at all.
No.
Okay, come in here.
Not at all, man. Oh
Hello,
my god, it's still
kitchen
lagging
mate,
around.
Me?
Yo, cereal.
Yeah,
Huh?
you're
I'm
lagging.
confused.
You're lagging in game.
Okay.
Like even on Koya's
Yeah.
stream.
I think.
Oh,
I think.
hold
I
on, let
think
me
it's GG.
It is GG, yeah.
It is legit.
GG. Come in here.
What?
Hold on. Let me get out. Let me get out. Wait, let me see if I can join. I try.
What the heck?
Oh, I got joined. What, are we done? Or we gonna continue?
Yeah.
Question mark.
Pretty sure that's it anyways. So it's okay.
Hi. Doesn't it?
Hi.
Hi.
But thank you guys for cooking.
Thanks for cooking.
Yeah, it was fun.
Thank you, man.
We're never
Yeah.
making cake again. Unless
The
they buff
spaghetti
the
was pretty
earnings.
Nice. Yeah,
Spaghetti
no.
was fun. This
I mean,
little
I guess-
kitchen agent.
We do get 4 or what, 6 servings. So I guess it's kind of like...
Mhm.
It's not terrible, but...
Yeah, but it takes so long still, and then
Yeah,
like
true.
it's just too little money. I mean, we don't get more customers or anything, so
Yeah.
we get so much less money.
Ah, I see.
It just takes some time.
But the good old days.
Baby, you know that I got you.
Yo, thanks, Ty.
I would never stop you.
Thanks for
Yeah,
a
time
raid,
for me
man.
to suffer.
Good luck. Good
Oh.
luck.
What? What's going on?
He got some school stuff.
I got a quiz today.
Yeah.
Good
No.
luck.
Good luck, man.
Good luck.
Actually,
Lou,
don't
good
need
luck.
it. You will ace it. I know it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Thank you for shouting out Ty.
All right.
Wow. I'm
Well,
alive. I'm
Thanks,
alive.
guys.
Good-
Well,
good night,
next
my
week
friend.
we're gonna
Yay.
play Phasmo because Phasmo is
Yeah,
gonna have an update.
Phasmophobia.
Yep. Cool.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you guys
Bye.
later.
Take care.
Bye.
We're never baking cakes again. That was terrible.
Dick.
All right, gamers. We're not done yet. We're gonna play a little bit of Voices of the Void, since we still got about an hour until I'm really entering my end stream time.
Dick.
Like Rose's hand. Yeah. Yeah, you didn't. That's the extra. That costs extra, all right? Costs extra. Looks like you were having so much fun making the cake. I feel like it would have been funner if there was more value to making the cakes. But I don't know. Once again, I would have tipped better if I had got. No, that's not how it works. It's not about tipping better. It's in the secret menu and it costs monumentally more. There's no tipping menu. It's something you have to order and it costs more. And then you tip extra with the extra cost. Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the fan service package. And as a result, it will be costing monumentally more. But yeah, that's just kind of how it is. Yeah. There's a new Spider-Man movie? Probably. Probably. Oh dear God. Wait, what? All right, the assets folder. I didn't add the new bump. Okay, I want to get more of the plushies. Or we could do the runes. And I suppose we can try to get... We can do some rituals. There is, but it's not out yet? Gotcha. They just, like, super delayed the Batman movie or something, which I also probably wouldn't watch, but... Brand new day, 30th of July. Damn, okay. Who's the Spider-Man in that one? Tom. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't watched any Tom Holland Spider-Mans. My frames are going through it right now, man. We're hitting like 40. What the hell? So Discord doesn't update every 2 hours. Lately, it's been updating all the time, and I don't know why. I've just been putting it off. The thing is, like, there's so many. I wonder if it's the TV. How do I turn it off? Whoa. I'm kind of convinced it's the TV. Man! You know what? I kind of want to move this anyway. We're gonna move all that, but I need to find a place to put this TV away. I wonder how much space it takes up. No, my frames are still going through it. What's the TV? I'm just dealing with some weird frame drops. So far, so good on quiz. You're just doing it here? Damn. Hell yeah, though. Maybe it's all the dolls. All the plushies. The dolls are evil. That may be true. That may be true. Let me think. Where would I want to put the plushies? The thing is, like, why would I want to move it from here? I kind of don't. This is the main room. Like, we spend all of our time here. We voice in the voids. Yes. Hope you had fun, Rose. We'll probably play some more. PlateUp sometime soon. Make a gallery in one of the extra rooms? True, but I want it in this room. I'm thinking of just using this corner, since I haven't been crafting much anyways. Bot VTuber follows me or likes a tweet. It's so strange. I will follow a VTuber and it's like they have some sort of programming that when you follow a VTuber, they will immediately default to following you because they expect that you'll follow them. Because it's like, oh, a VTuber, so clearly they'll follow me if I'm a VTuber. Or something like that. I don't know. I really don't use Twitter much anymore because it's like always bots. If people send me something, I'll check it, but follow for follow, man. Yeah, effectively, yeah. But they'll stay there even if you don't follow them back. I remember the follow for follow era. It was so big on Tumblr. People would message you and be like, hey, I followed you. Follow me back, please. Yo, F for F? Tumblr. That was my era. Well, I say my era, but I guess MySpace was. I didn't use MySpace as often as other people, though. Comparatively. Yo, this music is actually so good. I forgot I was even playing. Yeah, it's always AI generated like models as well, yeah. Dude. What is happening? These shelves are so weird. It's like forcing me to stay grabbed on. Stop this. Hello? Is it just 'cause okay. Chowder's voice actor's 30th birthday. Man. Chowder was so good. That was a good show. Good for them ending the show. He grew out of the voice since there was no way they could replace him. Yeah. I feel like Chowder wouldn't have overstayed his welcome. I mean, the show wouldn't have overstayed its welcome. But I agree that if they outgrow the voice, what do you do? You'll hate replacement VAs. The good old cartoons. Because nowadays don't really watch cartoons. That's true. My niece and nephew, they watch like YouTube. They watch like YouTube things. I mean, it's like YouTube shows, like the Grinch, but it's like the new Grinch. Or they watch this thing where I always forget its name, but they like It's kids, and sometimes they turn into mermaids. Sometimes I don't know. I don't know what the show's. I don't know the premise. It's really confusing, but it's on YouTube. Some like kids show. Age 20. I think we might have talked about this before. You might have mentioned that, and you were probably right. No. And also you meant H2O. But no. The bubble guppies? That sounds about right. Yeah, the bubble guppies, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah. That's what they watch. It's on like YouTube TV. That's still going? I don't know. Delirious. Damn, Vanoss Gaming. I feel like Delirious was the only normal one at the end of the day. Okay, don't do that. Okay, don't do that. Dude, what is wrong with these? There we go. Two kids, but I can't remember if he got married, but I know he and the woman he was with split up. Yeah, I don't, I haven't really... I wasn't big on Vanoss. Because I had weird logic where GTA was one of those games that instead of watching what people do, I'd rather just play them. So I didn't really watch Vanoss much. There were some videos I would watch occasionally, but it was quite infrequent, I would say. There were some on and off times where I would watch like a video or two. My friends were really into Vanoss. I think these things are causing the lag. The plushies. I think they're emanating like some extreme lights that are emitting, not emanating, emitting strong lights. So it wasn't the TV. Oh god. When Call of Duty was still good? True. What's the last Call of Duty I really played and enjoyed? The one that I played was Xuvi. Whichever Black Ops that was. That's what I enjoyed probably the most in the recent times. I think that was Black Ops 3? Because I don't remember if I even played 4, and then I played Cold War with EO and everybody. Not with Mr. Goobert. 3 or 4? Yeah. Hello, Mr. Goobert. I last played 3 in 2017. Okay, yeah, so I guess it was 4 then. Oh yeah, no, it couldn't be 3. Because I didn't own it. I got Black Ops 3 to play zombies with Ty and Fausto at 4 in the morning. We played it once that night, and then we never played it again. Great, yep. Well, there you go. It's a little better. This is a bad idea. Hold on. Don't do that. There we go. Here comes the headset divide again. Oh no. A lot of gaming, man. Not just gaming. A lot of voice chatting, man. Watch shows is mostly on PC as well. Oh, okay, okay. It just had to save there, huh? Ooh, Friends. That's a good show, man. That is a really good show. I enjoy it. Been enjoying it a lot, man. Yeah. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, the humor is really good. Oops. One of my personal favorites. I've rewatched it so many times. Sometimes I cringe. There are some outdated, weird, forced jokes, so I understand. They do happen. Or just scenes or moments where it's just like, yeah. Should watch it one more time. I feel like every couple of years it's okay to watch. Pivot! Pivot! Yeah, Ross is my favorite character. Why is there a fuel can outside of my base? Sometimes, man, really unnecessarily mean. Come on, man, he's just like me for real. I would never trust him with a secret of mine. Aww. Joey's working Central Perk, yeah. Man, you're far along then. How long have you been watching it? That's pretty far along. Oh, since May, okay. Nice. Certainly one of my favorite shows to watch. I hadn't watched it now in like 3 years. You should watch The Office after, if you hadn't already. Six hours today, oh my god. I have not? That's a good one too. For sure. Depends on if Rose likes it. It can be argued that it is probably funnier than Friends. It can be argued. Yeah, they would have canceled Friends' first season in today's day and age for sure. It can be argued badly, it really can. It really can. I mean, no one ever argues that Friends is like one of the top shows of all time, but people have argued that The Office is one of the greatest shows of all time. The only reason I don't agree is because Sopranos is #1. I don't think there's any contest for that either. I really think The Sopranos is the best show of all time. Never seen it? The Office? Pretty good. Pretty good. I would probably put Friends a little bit below The Office, but I like Friends more for the characters and the actors, so I default to preferring Friends. But logically, yeah, Friends is not. I mean, like, I would say they're almost equal in my mind. But by preference, I prefer Friends. There is a UK version, yeah. I've never watched the UK version of Friends, or of The Office. Watch a bunch of episodes here and there, but I wasn't huge in The Office. Either The Office 2, but I watched the British Office After Extras, and that was way better to me. I can see it being better. I've never watched the British one. There's a South African version of Friends on... Or wait, The Office. Interesting. Exploding mushroom. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, come on, dude. I don't even know how you leave this place. Okay, goodbye. You survive? So if I just don't move from that platform, does it matter? Can I just stand there on the platform and it just eventually times out? Oh, what was that? Hello? The glass just broke. Okay. So the highest one. Decontour. Well, then you're gonna have to tell us how it is, man. I've drastically fallen off of watching shows and stuff. It took a lot of willpower to watch Witch Hat Atelier and Freerin, and they're good. It's just I feel there's other things I could do instead, like edit bumps. Atlantis, like the animated. I love Atlantis. That's a really good one. I not expect you to say the name correctly. Oh, well, I'm gonna be honest. I know that you say D because of the Antwoord. So I was like, okay, yeah, I know how to pronounce this. The Witch Hat one, now that I finished Freerin. Witch Hat's good. You might as well wait if you want, because it's only 13 episodes, and then we're waiting for the next season, which has already been announced. It might be worth just waiting until the next season. I think it's coming out soonish, so. Neutron Star. I don't watch in one go. I can't do that. If I don't watch in one go, then I won't watch it for like 2 weeks. I need to be able to like watch the whole thing either in one sitting or sort of like in chapters, but one episode has to be done in one sitting, in one session. The frames have fixed a little bit, at least. I don't know what that was about. Witch Hat is pretty good. I like it. It's not like Freerin, but it's comparable, just because of the magic and stuff. Okay, so we can get... We can do the ritual. We can do 2 rituals. For more plushes to be collected. I'm not putting in the effort to hard focus on the TARDIS, but if the signal is done, then I will see. Like, at some point, we're gonna stop with this playthrough, and we'll wait for 0.10. We're probably getting there at this point. I think what would happen is there'll be a revisit before 0.10, where I'll do the full tutorial. But that won't be for a minute, probably. Do the Calyx, do they, like, stick things into place? Calyx? So if I put plushes on there, will they stay, or will they potentially move? My only problem is this plush. For whatever reason, the pink nuclear one just shifts around. The FIFA's, yeah, it's just Miku. Yup. Every nation fighting for Miku. It's probably staying with Argentina. This is quite the snoozer World Cup, not gonna lie. But the memes out of it have been great. Just better than shelves. No, they're just shelves, but they're better than the shelves for certain things. Like what? My only real, like, these shelves are fine. The only predicament is this doll that decides to glide around. Displaying stuff? What? This looks fine. Unless a 2-1 Miku curse happens to Argentina? Yeah. 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 If, no referee exists that is, backing Argentina, and, you know, they actually give cards to any of the players in Argentina, and, you know, maybe Messi just isn't in the game. Yeah, I could see a Spain win. It's because the players said Sasha in Spanish and June knows Spain. Yeah, I know, yeah. Or the one where he said something to Messi, and everyone's like, wow, you can't say that to him. They don't even know what he said. I am voice calling from the void. Could you hear my transmission to you? No. Hangs up. I hang up on you. Huh, these scam numbers, let me tell you what. Always getting scam called these days.
Dig.
Okay. Let's avoid wiki. So, I'm gonna need to go to Stonehenge, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you have to do the, that's right. We'll see how many of these I can actually do. Do I have a flesh gib, or have I turned them all into burger? Doing pretty alright, doing pretty alright. It's been a little bit of an exhausting week, not gonna lie. That's okay. There's probably flesh in the Catgirl world. Let's go visit them really quick. Maybe with the ATV. Where's my ATV? Okay. Something happened last stream that I don't remember. I remember. We were going way too fast, constantly, consistently. Oh, look, flesh. We don't even have to visit them. Wait, what? Wait, what? I don't even know. It went for a swim, I guess so. Quite bizarre, quite bizarre. I imagine back to uni likely, returned for a while at least. Uni, mine started up again. This course seems pretty cool though, it's interesting. I mean, I get to actually do, like... All of my friends said, dude, this is the worst class you could possibly be doing, is like applied operating systems. And I'm here, having a great time learning Linux. I don't really care about Windows, but it's cool to learn Linux. At the end of the day, that's pretty beneficial for what I would want to do in the working world, is stuff on Linux. Although Fedora seems kind of snoozer a little bit, gonna be honest, but that's okay. I feel like there's more interesting Linux ones. I would want to do like Wayland or something, or Hyperland or whatever. I just need to actually do it. I have to commit to doing it. Wayland Yutani. Yeah, man. I thought you'd be going to sleep, Mr. Goobert. Pleased to still see you here, man. I'm getting a smidge hungry, so, we'll see how long it, goes today. I gotta work on the rest of my lab. My next, lab is going through the Windows 10, registry. But I'm just gonna do on Windows 11. Because there's, like, no difference besides security, really, when it comes to Windows 10 and 11. And 11's just bad. Oh, you are in bed. I see. Get yourself a New York slice. Man, I wish, man. I wish. What kind of lab course? It's just applied operating systems. So, essentially, I am applying steps and troubleshooting and looking at how operating systems work, which we're only working with Windows 10, Linux, Fedora, and maybe Mac OS. If I really hope I can just not. I hope we can just pick two and I don't have to do Mac OS. Ow. What did I just do? It was like a pinching feeling. Alright. We gotta grab a pumpkin. Sandwich, nice. Delicious. Delicious. Genetics lab in fall 2023 and advanced plant physiology in summer 2023 before that. Computer lab? Oh yeah, I'm not. I mean, I have to do biology for some reason. I don't really know the logic. I don't understand. I guess it's just because it's gen ed or whatever. Like, you have to do the general courses. My options were anatomy, biology, and that's it. And I was like, wow. That sucks. Neither of these sound appealing to me whatsoever. So I just said, let's just do biology. That'll be in the autumn time. Is it still smoky? A little bit. I mean, it's like sepia filtered now. I have the sepia filter now. You guys see that the Senate has voted or something, and like it has been carried to the next thing or whatever, and like they might make permanent daylight savings time, but like what it is now, so it won't change. If I understand correctly, it's not going to change over to how it works in the winter normally, right? I didn't read too much into it, but from my understanding, that's what it was, right? Something like that. Building computers for research and data at times, fairly relevant. I wish standard time was permanent instead, but I won't miss the back and forth clock changes anyway. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know if I agree with standard time. Well, I don't know. I'm undecided. I think it would be better if the sun set at like 5 p.m. rather than 4 p.m. I don't really want it to be darker earlier. Almost being the same time as my Arizona friends. Sorry, man. I don't care, just stop changing the times, man. I agree, but also, I think... From a worker's perspective, you don't want to be driving back home when it's dark. We're back in darkness in winter anyway, but it'll be a little bit less because of the time change, yeah? A little bit. Since it won't be daylight savings winter time. 252.9. 252. And 585. 252, 585. Wait, what? How are you even here? Wait, what? Whatever. Is that even... What? There we go. Dude, what are you doing, man? Stop. Okay, so we got that one. We have to go to the cave, which is why I have the pumpkin. We're gonna go do that right now. $6 p.m. maybe? Yeah, as long as the sun goes down a little bit later than earlier. Would be kind of nice. What? Oh, the spaceship. And the sun rising earlier. Or is that? Well, no, it would rise later. It would set later as well. Right? Yeah. Either way. I do agree with Xuvi. We just gotta stop changing the time in general. Though it would suck if, like, we're maximum hours apart forever, right? Now it's Europe's turn. They just gotta stop with the daylight savings. Put it to an end. I thought only America did that? Nope. Nope. And to be fair, it makes more sense in like certain European countries where daylight savings was useful for farming, but now in 2026 it's just not necessary. What is that? Oh. There was so much blood back there. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Hey. Good mom, I'm just gonna... Thanks. Ew. I agree. Okay. You enjoy your meal. I didn't think you would come in here. I'm kind of stuck now. Where is this thing? There it is. Okay, well, I'm gonna head out. Whoa! See ya. It's okay, that's just Wolfgang. It's kind of a homie. Or she's. What is this noise? What? What? I mean, there's no event happening. Oh, okay. Just like added cave ambiance, I suppose. The duped door is very comedic. I'm thinking, do I need more of these? Not really. One use left. How damages my car? Did I say out of fuel? No, it's got 7 fuel left. We will be needing this. I'll keep that in mind. I mean, I guess I can do it right now. I just need to find a rock. What do you mean that's it? What's your problem? Amount. Dude! Why 14? What made you decide 14 was the number? Dude, thanks, man. Look at the 14 gifted. This is crazy. What'd you do that for? Damn, dude. Look at this guy. This Trogdor guy going ham, man. He's still watching ads. What? What'd you gift during ads? This guy.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
Look at how many gamers he got. Malky, Juice Sour, Joe, Ramus, Unknown, Rin, Johan, Carlos, Ty. This is crazy. Crazy, man. Thank you. I have to wait until the ads are over. Of the year. What is this? There are no rocks here. Yeah, he gifted percent amount. I don't know why it doesn't... That was supposed to work, but they changed it. No. No. I'm taking it with me. Surely I have some rocks somewhere. Am I bleeding? Thank you, though, dude. Damn, 14 gifted. Did you just want the number 30? You just wanted the 30 total? Oh, more explosive barrels. If anything goes wrong, I could use these. You check out one plant? What, leaf? We message essentially daily. She feeling better? What was wrong? Oh yeah, right. She was feeling sick. Yeah, I think she is. I mean, I don't think we really got some different conversations. We didn't really talk about any of that. Why are you turned on? It sounded fine last time we talked, which was yesterday. A little bit later after stream. I didn't know the plant streamed yesterday. Yeah, she only doesn't stream on Thursdays, so today. And then I guess weekends, sometimes she doesn't. But typically it's... What is this? What? What? Okay. First of all, now that you can hear me, Trog, thank you for the 14 gifted, man. You crazy. You crazy, man. Thank you, bro. What the hell? I like that you gifted, but you're not even evading the ads yourself. Why pizza there? I don't know, but I'm taking it. I'm never gonna deny free pizza. It was really funny when Leaf and I were in a call, and we're doing that, like, quote-unquote podcast thing, and we were talking about overrated foods, and I said pizza, and people were pissed off. I'm right, first of all, but, second of all, that doesn't mean that, like, I hate pizza. It just means I think it's overrated. Like, I'll still eat a whole pie of pizza if it was handed to me. That's inevitable. I'm still gonna eat the pizza. I just think it's overrated. Your mouth's so cute. Oh, thank you. Fry? Thank you. I appreciate that. For pizza, it's just a case of all reliable. It's not special, but it's still good. Like, there could be pizzas that are insane, you know, like, incredible. Fantastic. You like the pineapple? I do. I like pineapple on pizza. I think people who have this opinion that it's bad haven't even tried it. 9 out of 10 times. Dude, surely I have rocks somewhere, right? Right? Come on. Come on, man. I like burgers a lot, however, I can agree with that. I can agree they can be overrated at times. In all's fairness, the pizza thing remains a thing because of Ico Lore 2022. In which he consumed a pizza every single day. For that entire year. Yeah, it's actually really funny. I was telling her because I was gonna go back into the to try to remember something she was saying to me, and I looked back at the VOD, and she couldn't hear me, or rather, you couldn't hear me in the VOD. It's the weird like filter that was used. Are you winning? Yeah, I think so. Probably, maybe. I don't know. Depends who's asking. Why rock float? Hey, Fry, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Mucho appreciado. Eats the pizza. Eats the... Cannot use. What is this noise? You hear this? I think this is the mimic. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, cool. I never actually never got to experience that before. Does it ever stop bleeding out? Okay. Yeah, so when that dropping sound happened, I was like, ooh, that's probably the mimic, because it made like a growling sound, or I don't know, something like that. Kind of like taking damage, almost. That's cool. I really wanted to at least see the mimic once. Although I thought it attacks you, but I guess it just kind of exists as it is. Which is also fine, but whatever. Whatevs. Rocks. We need rocks. Mimic? Yeah, it was a pizza. You know that pizza I found that you said, Heisenberg must have been here? I dropped it on the ground, and it made, like, a groaning sound. And I should have figured, because why else would there be a pizza in the middle of nowhere? But it didn't really register in my head until I put it down and it made the like, rot sound. Yo, any rocks in here? 2 rocks will not be substantial. We're gonna need more. Yeah, and then I killed the pizza, and it just started blasting blood. There's no way, man. We had a quadrillion rocks. You gonna tell me I threw them out? What? Oh, sushi E. Where else would the rocks have even been put? Are you... rock here? Alright, here's 2 more. Huh. Let me put some stuff away. Any rocks in here? What? This is impressive. Dude, we had like it. Oh, here. Oh, there they are. It's like there's no way, dude. I almost refuse to believe it. Okay. I'm sure 8 rocks will be good. Let's try to... No. There we go. Warframe? Haven't played that one in a minute. Why blood pour out like faucet? I don't know. Why did this? Oh, let's try not to fall though. Excellent. Thank you for the hydrate. There it is. The rune.
Oh, hi.
Greetings. Okay. Next one will be the air rune, so we just need balloons. Runeskald. Costs 100 for a balloon pack? Oh my. These are some incredible prices for balloons. Would you kindly stop making this noise? Now surely, a nail. I almost swear I saw one too. They're easy to make, but, you know, what if instead of making them, I... found one, you know? Nail. No. No. What? That might not work. Wow. Nature's so beautiful. Hey. What you know about nature? Still going. Oh. Nope, still going. The sky is the limit, chat. The sky is the limit. I'm gonna hydrate. So, when does this come down? Hey. Take a little longer than I thought it would. Yo, what's up, Peanut? I'm, I feel like I might have done it wrong. How are the aliens today? Pretty good, pretty good. They're watching me do some crazy rituals. This is very, very occult. Clearly, I'm really bad at them because I sent a rock to space and it hasn't come back. Doesn't it do that normally? Doesn't it come back? Am I crazy? Kerfer wheel. How did that even get here? Oh! Huh? Well, you didn't transform. It was that far up and it didn't transform? Oh. Run it back. Maybe it's because I attached it to the rock? The balloons? I think it's supposed to be to the nail. One on top of a nuclear bomb and it went in space. It's still going to this day. I guess so. Wanna go swimming, bud? Okay, well, maybe not. It's quite windy. Surely this won't cause a problem with my balloons and rock. Man. That doesn't look transformed. Okay. Voices of the Void ritual. Attach a nail to a rock, then attach several balloons to the nail. Let the rock float up to the top of the world. It should transform into the air rune before its descent. 2 nails, 1 normal size, 1 long. Pin normal nail to rock. Skate rock to ground with long nail. Attach many balloons to the small nail, then remove the large nail. 3 and 5 failed to generate the rune. I see. Is that 5? Oh no. Is it the right rock? The rock is any kind. Granted, smaller rocks are better for the actual ritual. I mean, I suppose I could have tried putting the rock underneath something. Like this bench. Then add the balloons, then set it free, because I think that would work. Oh, we're tired. Let's go get some coffee really quick. Yeah, something really odd with these runes is a lot of them have to be in motion during the process of being converted, essentially. Looking good, very clean. Thank you. We're working on some plushies to display. This is our major work in progress right here. We're actually working on one right now, which is why we need the runes. We're actually working at 2 at a time. 2 at once. Because I'm going for the fur, which that one's actually pretty easy. It's just I'm waiting until 4 AM. That's why I'm working on this one right now. We have some downtime. The ordeal here is, I think I understand, is because the rock has to be in motion, it's the one that has to touch the top of the world. So there needs to be enough speed, velocity, speed, going up, so that when the balloons pop, the rock will still go up just enough to touch the top of the world and fall. I think that is the logic that we are doing here. That's what we're working with. The easiest rock is probably the water one. You just have to lead it down a river. Okay, I'm gonna do the water one in that case, in the meantime. We're gonna need the ATV. Actually, Earth is probably the easiest. It's just that's another time-based one. I think it's like, we have to do it at midnight. What are you looking at, man? What are you looking at? I left my ATV up the mountain. Did something happen to this rock isn't even coming down? What if it hit the thing on the way down? And bounced off somewhere? Doesn't look like it. No, the wind doesn't actually do anything, which is funny, but... It could have definitely hit this by accident without me noticing and just like flying away somewhere. That's okay. The air one will give us some trouble for a little bit. That's just a stick. Alright. Let's see if we can do the water one. And then there's gonna be a little moment where we can't do much. We just have to wait. Time to pass. I think the earth one will be the first thing we do, and then we have to go to the lake. I think. And we have to dig up the altar. I just don't know where it is exactly. It's got some very specific coordinates. Oh, now would have been a good time to visit the... Because it was raining, we could have gone and visited the shrine. Though we already took a thing from it. I don't know if it stacks, so if I grabbed a second one now, it would cause a problem. I'm not sure. What? Bruh. So, do I have to guide it from all the way here? I'm not even sure. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. There's no way I have to guide it all the way across this river to the stopping point. Actually, the stopping point's like right about here, right? It turned into... I saw it turn into the rune and then just... I could have grabbed it there. Instead of going all the way back to spawn now. Whatever. We're done with the story. I'm not too bothered by teleporting back. Alright, let's go. Let it go and hope you catch it. Yeah. I mean, if you don't catch it in time, you just go back to spawn. Pine cone.
Dig.
What's up, Nord Princess? I do think this floats in the water. So it might be on its way here. Somewhere. Let's try not to miss it. Damn, you got slimed! Can I have to swim? Because I don't know. It's probably already floated past me.
Dig.
Nope, there it is. Nope, that's rubber scrap.
Dig.
Bollocks. Yo. No, I don't really plan on it. There is one more Kerfus I like debated making, but I don't know if I can unless I transfer stuff from a different save. Thanks for the hydrate. Do that in just a moment here. You know, I think we're good on the Kerfuses. I was gonna make one final Kerfus, but that Kerfus was gonna be, quite the project. The only problem is, I really don't feel like setting up a different save to transfer over a couple of specific PC parts. What was that? Hello? What was that, man? You don't have any other saves? I mean, I transferred them out of the folder because I was like, well, there's probably no reason for me to have all these. It was like a punch swiping sound, yeah. Okay, well, I guess the rune is gone. Normally what's meant to happen is it transforms and then you can attempt to pick it up, and if you don't, which is fine, it should spawn at the beginning of the river, and it kind of just gets sent to you. Around here. I mean, the wall would stop it, but clearly it didn't. I'll just check this wall, but pretty sure we're gonna have to redo it. What? What is that? I don't know. Not important. Slightly burned myself and got chicken noodle soup. Slightly burned myself and got chicken noodle soup. What? Ouch. I thought maybe you like burnt your tongue on the chicken noodle soup, but that doesn't sound very doesn't sound like a very good time, man. Doesn't sound very good at all. That's how I read it too. Yeah, I thought that the chicken noodle soup burnt him, but I was like, oh wait, no. Spilled hot water on my shirt. That's worse than what I thought it was. Oh God. And why you did this? Why'd this happen? I don't know. Oh God. That doesn't sound like a good time. Hope you've been running yourself under cold water till burned area goes numb. Yeah. Apply cold water to hot area. This rock never came back. But nobody came. No, I'm eating right now. You know what? I respect the priorities. I respect it. You know what? Let's just do the exoplanet. It's fun. So yeah, for the record, we should be starting Final Fantasy numero 20 tomorrow. It is between two games at this current time. Ooh, tough one here, huh? I don't want to eat that? What? My bed? Why not? I don't know. Great question. Truly. Which was the other game? I thought about Cult of the Lamb. I would need a mod to add the cosmetics so people can join as any character they... What? Oh, okay. I don't understand. Okay, at... We might actually be fully rested before the time that I wanted. That's okay, though. I don't remember how far the rock, or the log is, so... What? No, every Kerfus is here. I don't know why the events just proc like that. Very weird. Very strange. Okay. Great. This rock just ceased to exist. It hit the sky. Decided it's gonna keep going. Or it worked and it got flung somewhere. No idea. No idea. What you call a deer that can't see? No idea. Doing one more check around here, but I guess it despawned the rock of water. Alright, let's go to the... to the rock. I was gonna say, what is that on the map? Okay, we need to go to minus 320, 150. I mean, we'll know when we see the log. I can't fully remember. There you are. Did this one teleport me? Surely not. Okay. We will return here at around midnight. That's why I was hoping we would sleep in a little longer, but it's okay. Could spend a little more time checking for the water one, wherever it might be. Maybe it, oh, well, hello. I forgot about this one, to be honest. Is it going red because I'm running out of breath, or is it... Oh no, it's just that thing's red. Why is it red? Since when does it glow a red hue when you get close to it? Wait, it's hurting me. What? Radio tower's down. Classic. Is that thing radioactive? Oh no, dude. No worries. I'm always prepared. Too close to my square TV? Oh no. Good times, good times. I watched somebody, I forget what her name is again for some reason. But she opened one of those up. In a YouTube video. Bjork, that's the one. Core of my comfort character, the TV. I don't remember where I buried this, by the way. It's gonna be really funny when I try to find it. Should we try another eerie summon? Honestly, it's more trouble than it's worth. I'm gonna get my ATV. How will I watch Courage now? No worries, man. On your plasma. On your ultra plasma TV. No. Your 4K curved plasma TV. With AI support. You see these TVs, man, like their prices are like $200 more just because it has AI support. Yeah, that 3D, like, support too, the 3D, option that doesn't even look that good. Okay. It's like, it did that on purpose so that the car actually takes damage, because the front does not. Man, oh man. What do you mean, no? This Trogdor guy, man. Gifts 14 subs, even subbed himself. Poor dude has to deal with ads. At least you guys don't anymore. The lot of you who got gifted. There's still another hour left in game. Should've brought, like... Would you count Voices of the Void as a horror game? Yeah. I would say it is. I mean... If you do not participate in any sort of horror-related anything, the game will probably get you good. Dude, Dr. Kell's just built different, man. He can't eat a pack of crackers without getting really, really annoyed by it, but bro can carry an entire ATV that's maxed out with like a super engine. Yeah, the blue shrimp. I love the blue shrimp. I just give it back to them though, because then I just farm the rep. That's right, it was spinach. Wow, were you considering playing it? I cannot trick you into playing something because if you cannot particularly handle horror games and stuff, then I would not say... I would not suggest playing. But in all honesty, the game is relatively slow burn, so... I don't know. You have 9 billion hours. If you like slow pace and you're okay with light spooks, yeah. Always worth a try. It's just, do you mind cleaning an entire facility? I mean, I guess you could just leave it. I've seen someone do a full playthrough, leaving all of the trash in the like they didn't move a single thing of the mess, and they finished the entire story. I'm like, damn, you live like this? I do think there's some stuff you would really enjoy in here. Like the Easter egg signals. I think we should have the boy. Right? Do we have the boy? For example, at this current moment, there is a mannequin walking towards me. It's probably right behind me right now. I do have Jupiter. Do you mind, dude? Do you mind? Come on, dude, you can pick up an ATV, you can't... Oh, okay, goodbye. Good airtime. Oh, which one's this? Oh, we got this boy. Why didn't I mark this? Oh, because if you upgrade it, it won't work, right? Then we got this. Oh, this is the speech for Voyager. This is not... Did you just get back into my facility? Sir? Wait, we should go. Just look at the time. Ah. Yeah, they have a lot of cool little Easter eggs. You can get the, which we're working on, it's one of the rituals, is the Cult of the Lamb, Lambert, I think is the character's name, a plush of Lambert. And it's really cool because it passively heals you. I don't think I've ever gotten it on stream. No, there's no Wheatley, but... I think there is one more, portal, signal. Portal. I'm only saying that because I feel like I remember there being one, but I don't remember what it is. I might be wrong on that too, it might not. That might not be true, there might not be another signal. Am I lost? I'm lost. Donde está es la tree? Yeah, I passed it. You hungry at 37 hunger? Are you kidding me right now? Minus 320, 150. Yeah, I'm past it. You see the roaches turn to burgers? That is a common thing that happens. When you're overly hungry, but I typically set the game to only spawn like a maximum of 1 roach, just because they're so inconvenient. Oh god, now where did I bury it? Oh no. My rock. No. There it is. And there is our Earth rune. Alright, so there we go. We got 2 runes. We need 4. Unfortunately, one of them is either somewhere in the water. We're gonna have to resummon it. It's fun. I didn't realize that there was like that much time to grab it after the fact. I thought it was like instantaneous. Dude, he harasses me every waking day. Okay? He breaks into my facility, picks up my jerry cans. It's okay. One of his friends are in gay baby jail permanently. In the safe. And that is the last time that we could actually do that because you can't pick them up anymore. So in this save, I have done the impossible in terms of... Hello? Oh, there we go. You can't, like, grab them anymore, full hand, so you can't take them to gay baby jail anymore. Just like Camilla, this is true. This is true.
Dick.
Who said this? So I had to check. I had to verify, verify the integrity files. Do I need a diving suit to get to this point? I think I don't. It's just that I might need to be really fast about it. I think they should make a mode in this game that's like... I mean, I guess sandbox mode, because it doesn't have any events. That's essentially playing creative. There should be a mode where it's like, no events. Just for people who can get spooked. This do be kind of a spooky game. The Earth Rune. The Fire Rune. Ambient mode? Yeah, kinda. Is that a thing? I know there's some modes you unlock that are like... effectively... something like ambient mode. After you beat the story the first time. Fuel. I see. Aiming mode is a thing, and I think you might unlock it right away after the tutorial. The full tutorial? Or just the tutorial? The tutorial, I see. Yeah, sandbox is the one that you get from this needs to be cleared out. From beating the game. Doesn't this technically become sandbox because of beating the story? Or am I wrong? No, it's infinite mode. This is infinite mode. Or whatever. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I was like, that's not what it sounds. That's not what it is. There go the frames again. Something really odd. Something like trying to path over or whatever. Do I have a spare nail literally anywhere? Nails. Nails. You know I made some by accident. I just know it. Maybe I threw them away. Alright, well, we need metal scrap. Refuel that. Now we're gonna try this. I don't know if it's gonna work. In all honesty. I think it might break because of... Well, let's put the rock down first. And then... nail. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling that's exactly what's gonna happen, though. By trying to put balloons. I'm gonna save. Hold on, you need to hold this for like 2 seconds. Come on. And you... I need to see the nail, thank you. Damn it. I'm just gonna spam. Wait, is it out? Come on, surely. No! I mean... Okay. Bye. Alrighty then. Y'all ever watch Up? This is not really what I wanted to happen. Alright, well... That's not gonna work because it has no... It's not moving. Fast enough, I should say. It simply needs more velocity if we're gonna be trying to get it to hit the top of the map. What was that, dude? Okay. You just like making noise. What? So much for water mode, dude. Alright, wait here. I should probably pinpoint where exactly I'm going. So this is approximately food. Don't do that. 391 into minus 383. So we're already at the 383. It's about 383, 391. About here. I guess we're gonna float here for an entire hour. Oh, like 40 minutes, whatever. It's very peculiar when you look at the lighting in the water, especially on the right side here. You see the reflection of the lamp, but it like randomly switches positions. So like right now it's there, but earlier it was a little bit more to the left, and I watched it snap to that position too. Oh, a little more. This is the downside of playing the game at 50% speed. Takes substantially longer for an hour to pass by in game. And in all honesty, if I had the option, I would slow it down even more. I really would. I would love it if I could play 1.0 when the game fully releases. I would love it if I could play it at an even slower pace. So my potentially final playthrough of the game would take super long. 50% playthrough takes almost a full month. If I played it every single day for 4 hours plus, about 4 to 5 hours average, I think it normally, like, it took me how long to finish this playthrough? It was 28 sessions. And the only in-between, really, was Community Wednesdays. Hello, Mr. Ford released a game for Ico now. No, don't. It's actually funny because everyone thinks that the game is releasing next because we're at version 0.9. But lo and behold, next is going to be 0.10. If I had to estimate, just from what everyone's been mentioning, including the developers, it might take another 2 years for this game to be even close to to 1.0. But I am not a developer, and I don't really understand the creation of video games beyond, yeah, here we have to make the assets, here we have to make the music, here we have to make the sounds, and then put them together, but here's some coding we have to add to that too. And this is how they function, and here's the animations, we have to add the animations as well. I don't... You just keep adding nines? No, I'm pretty sure... I mean, I don't know what version will hit by the like. I can see 0.20 still being a thing. All right, about 5 minutes in game left before we can dive down. Actually, I lied. Now it's 5 minutes because it has to be at after 3:01 for some reason. It's gonna be really funny when it turns out that I need the scuba gear. The final minute. I almost just died. It's down there though. We just gotta go back down. Excellent. Huh. Food. .38. It's just the game. People have, like, data mined something like 300 unused assets that are, like, updated every major patch when people find it again. When they find them again. Some get removed, some get updated, some new ones get added. We don't really know how many of them are going to be used. Most of the communication we get is actually with the model, maker. Model maker? The modeler? The one who creates the models for this game. She uploads a lot of interesting things. Also has a lot of added lore that's why the wiki has the lore that it has, is because of her. So we don't know how much is actually canon. Oh, do you think it came down with the chair? I'm not seeing the bench. But where's the bench? Okay. So. Attach a nail to a rock, then attach several balloons to the nail, and let the rock float up to the top of the world. It should transform into the air room before its descent. Suggested. Attach many balloons to the small nail, then remove the large nail. So, use two nails, one normal size, one long. Pin normal nail rock, stake rock to ground. Oh, so we need a... Well, would that even work? Oh. Excellent. Be free, my friend. Be How do I remove it? How do I remove it? What? Well, this proves to be a problem. Do I need a different hammer? I tried the crowbar, it didn't work. No, I don't think right click did anything. I'll try again. No. I don't even know if I have a normal hammer. I highly doubt the wrench is the answer, but we'll try anyway. There should be a normal hammer in one of these boxes up here. Oh wow. Spare nails. Okay. Dude, you're not even that hungry, man. Normally you're supposed to hit it again and it'll just be freed. Right-clicking doesn't work. Problem is, if I pick it up, the balloons are gonna disappear. It won't let me grab it. At all. Normally you hit it once, it's bolted, the other time it'll be like freed. Okay. Huh. It's a rye. Yeah, we were gonna do some stuff, but... What? Stop flickering. I mean, maybe it's just the wrong kind of nail. I mean, I just leave the rock here, I guess. We can leave this. Meatball. I'll open in a moment. So, nail. Axle nail? Okay, it's one... No. How do you get a long nail then? Okay. I'm gonna try something else. What? I've lost my marbles. Now, if I... Okay. Hopefully this doesn't hit the platform. It will. Will it even go up now? Nope. This is more complicated than it should be. Let's at least get one plush working for today, huh? You ain't real. Oh, it's not even a new signal. What? Alright, let's do this at least. What? Shouldn't they combine? Am I just doing everything wrong? That doesn't seem right. I'm pretty sure it becomes like a... What? I mean, it's got the arrows, so I'm assuming it's gonna be like this. No, there's no way. Alright, let me look. Maybe it's like... Maybe it has to be like this? Ah, there we go. Do I have a lighter? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay. Is this a worthy sacrifice for you? Yes. Thank you. She's like, oh, Dr. Kell doing satanic rituals again. Just another day. There we go. We got your boy Furfur. Excellent. Alright. We'll work on the other stuff the next time we stream. Voice of the Void. But tomorrow, is between... It's actually between 3 games, because there's also Rain World. Which I have to install still. But, I'm undecided. We'll see. I can't decide between, like, a multitude of... too many games all of a sudden on my list. But I'm hungry. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna call it for today. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Honestly, I should probably finally commit to Final Fantasy 2. Since I've been saying for 3 weeks now that we'll play Final Fantasy 2, and we have yet to play Final Fantasy 2. So, yeah, that might be the play. But I am hungry. So, be sure to follow my social on Discord if you haven't done so already. I greatly appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. I appreciate it a lot. Yes, tomorrow I'll be back at 1 p.m. EST. We're gonna eat for free, brush your teeth, all of that jazz. Just looking for someone to raid. We got Cairo playing Final Fantasy 14, since we're talking about Final Fantasy. Gonna see you guys over to Cairo. Say what's up. GG's. I'm gonna go work on more of my labs, and then I'm gonna go finish my egg run in Deltarune. So, take care. Thanks for hanging out. Voice of the Void will be back next week. I don't know what day yet, but it'll be back next week. Thursday next week, we're going to do Phasmo, because there's going to be a new update, so that'll be cool. We'll see what we do on Monday and Tuesday. I don't know yet. But, anyways, say what's up to Cairo. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your days, and I'll see you tomorrow. And if I don't, then have a good weekend, guys. Peace!